adjourned regular meeting of the City Council for closed session. Could I get a roll call, please?
Yes, Councilmember Nairn.
Here.
Councilmember Lewinsky.
Here.
Councilmember Kelly-Davis. Here. Councilmember Obaji is absent. Councilmember Barrett is absent. Mayor Light.
Present. Do we have any blue folder items for this session?
Mayor, we do not have any blue folder items for call session.
Okay. We have no members of the public in attendance. Anybody online that would like to address closed session items and non-agenda items?
No one has raised their hand, and Councilmember Barron is duly noted.
Okay, could you read off what we'll be talking about, discussing in closed session, please?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. We have items F1 through F3, our conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. Closed session is authorized under Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Name of case for F1 is John Cabeza de Vaca versus City of Redondo Beach, WCAB number ADJ 16557-364. F2 under the same Government Code Section is Yes in My Backyard, a California nonprofit corporation, Sonia Traus, an individual versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 25 inclusive. Case number 23 TRCP 00325. Item F3 under the same Government Code Section is City of Redondo Beach et al. Versus California State Water Resources Control Board, case number 20 STCP 03193. Item F4, F5, F6, F7, and F8 are all also under existing litigation Government Code Section 54956.9D1. For F4, it's New Commune DTLA LLC and Leonard Pastelanovic versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of City of Redondo Beach, case number 22 TRCP 00203. F5, under the same code, is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development et al., case number 23 STCP 00426. For item F6, the name of the case is New Commune DTLA LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23 STCV 10146. Item F7 under the same case number is 9300 Wilshire LLC versus City of Redondo Beach, City Council of the City of Redondo Beach, City of Redondo Beach Department of Community Development, and those 1 through 100 inclusive. Case number 23 STCP 02189. And F8 under the same case number, under the same government code number, is In Re 9300 Wilshire LLC, bankruptcy CD Cal case number 2-23-BK-10918-ER. That concludes the reading.
Thank you. City Manager Witzansky, who will be speaking to these.
Yes, Mayor. For all items, myself, City Attorney Mike Webb, Assistant City Attorney Cheryl Park will be present. And then for item F1, we'll be joined by Carolyn Beliso, outside legal counsel, and Human Resources Director Diane Strick-Fadden. And then for items F2 through F8, we will be joined by Abby O'Brien and John Wellner, outside legal counsel.
Okay, thank you. Can I get a motion to adjourn to our closed session
Second.
or recess to our closed session?
Recess.
Okay. All right. You And could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Galudevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji. Here. Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Let's see, City Manager Witansky, anything to report from closed session?
None this evening, Manager.
Okay, thank you. Could I get a motion to adjourn to our regular meeting?
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion to second, all four?
Aye.
Okay. With that, I'll call to order regular meeting of the City Council. Could I get a roll call, please?
Councilmember Nierenheim.
Here.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Here.
Councilmember Galudevic.
Here.
Councilmember Obaji.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett.
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, if we have any veterans or active duty military in the audience, please stand to be recognized for your service. Okay, let us all stand for the salute to the flag, and then please remain standing for a moment of silence afterward. Caden, come on up. We want you to use your outdoor voice and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. The floor is all yours.
Good evening. My name is Caden. I'm a fifth grader at Alta Vista Elementary School. My favorite subject in school is math. Please put your right hand over your heart and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. Ready? Begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing for a moment of silent invocation. Okay, Caden, thank you. Very well done. Wait to get your outdoor voice. Come on up and get a picture with the council.
Good work, buddy.
Nice job.
Very well done. I don't know about that math stuff, though.
Great shirt.
Okay.
Mike.
Okay, thank you. Thanks, Caden.
Good job, Caden.
Well done. Okay, let's see, we have no presentations or proclamations tonight. Any announcements from the council? Councilmember Nierenheim.
Yeah, I got a couple. International Surf Festival was great this weekend. A lot of competitions. Hope you guys got to catch some of those. This upcoming weekend, we've got my community meeting at Alta Vista. Same place, same time, 9:30 in the morning. Come on down. Don't have the agenda set yet. I'm sure we'll have a lot to talk about. Saturday's actually a busy day. And before my community meeting at 9:30, at 8 o'clock starts the compost giveaway at Wilderness Park. So come on by with your devices to put your compost into and get some free compost. It always sells out. It goes to noon. Get there early. And then afterwards, you just drive right down the street and come to my community meeting, Alta Vista. So at the community center there, that's nicely redone. And then directly after that, there is the Al Marsucci event here at the main library. I'll let Councilmember Lowenstein talk about that because I know it's his district, and of course National Night Out, and there's a bunch of other stuff happening in other districts around the city on Saturday. So Saturday's a busy day. A lot going on in Redondo. Really, really cool to see. Other than that, that's all I've got. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor Light. Couple of things. One is I'm always impressed by the presence of the kids that are here and their poise. So I love seeing them. I'm glad we implemented that. A couple things. I was able to attend the Medal of Valor dinner with Councilmember Nierenheim and Mayor Light last Wednesday, and that was really neat. I think that was the second one I went to, but it was really always fun, a lot of good turnout. The town hall with Assemblymember Marsucci's this Saturday, I think it's at 10, does it start at 10 at the library? 10 to 11:30 in the library, so be there. I know that Al would love your feedback, and he always gives a good speech. And finally, the District 2 community meeting will be held for August 28th. That is a Wednesday, and I'll be joined by Community Development Director Mark Weiner breaking him in on that. First, I don't know if he's done one before yet or not, but this may be his first. And that'll be 6 to 7:30 on Zoom. So go to the redondo.org under District 2 website. You can register for the community meeting. So District 2 community meeting. So thank you again.
Thank you. Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
Yep, just announcing that I will have my District 3 community meeting. It's going to be later in August, just nailing down a time, but we're going to be doing a community strategic plan. So just talking about what the community thinks that we should be focusing on this year. And I look forward to it. As soon as I have the details, it'll be up on the website, and I will announce it. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I wanted to respond to, I got some calls, emails regarding the loud noise over the weekend coming from Inglewood near SoFi Stadium. I'll tell you that I texted Mayor Butts and he called me immediately after that, and he'd received complaints from Mayor Drew Boyles of El Segundo, and my understanding is that it's been heard as far down as Palos Verdes estates. And so I'll be making sure to let Mayor Butts hear from me more at the South Bay COG and hope that we can come to some sort of agreement as to how the city of Inglewood is going to handle that kind of disturbance in the future. Additionally, if you could share 2B, I'll announce my community meeting August 29th, 2024, and that's on a Thursday evening at Perry Park Senior Center at 6:30 p.m. with the Director of Community Services, Elizabeth House. And we'll discuss, among other things, how to avoid street sweeping tickets. Don't park during the allotted period of time. And also, can you light up 2B, please? Programs for everybody. The city's got an amazing slew of programs for everybody from teens to seniors. And they've been doing great things, even visiting out of town with buses and the like. So come check it out, August 29th. Thanks, that's it.
Thank you. Councilmember Barrett.
I have no announcements tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yeah, I was fortunate enough to go to the Medal of Valor dinner. That was nice, and my first one, so that was it was fun to do. It's nice to honor those folks. You mentioned National Night Out. That's at the Performing Arts Center on Saturday. Several of us who are in the audience, including myself, will be in a dunk tank. So pay some money. That will raise some good funds for our police and fire. And you can throw a ball and get me all wet if you want to. And I'll be in special costume for it. So looking forward to that event. And yes, got several complaints about the music over the weekend. I understand our police chief had filed, our police department filed a complaint on that with Inglewood's Watch Desk, and I'll be writing a formal letter protesting it as well. So that's all I've got. Okay, can I get a motion to approve the order of the agenda, or does somebody want to change the order of the agenda?
So move to keep the, approve the order agenda.
Okay, all for it?
All right.
Okay, unanimous. Jumping down, let's see, consent calendar, blue folder, I'm sorry, anything in the blue folder?
Yes, J1, which is non-agenda items, public communications, and 2, which is for the November 5th, 2024 election to place ballot measures. There's an example of a ballot measure where you can include supporters. And 3, the instant runoff method, emails from the public, draft voter outreach plan, emails from Councilmember Nierenheim. And that's it. Thank you.
Okay, could I get a motion to receive and file?
Motion to receive and file.
Second.
Okay, motion to second, all for it?
Aye.
Okay. Now, consent calendar, anybody wish to pull anything on the consent calendar? Councilmember Nierenheim,
I have nothing to pull, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
H10, please.
H10. Okay, Councilmember Keller-Jarovich.
H12, please.
H12. Councilmember Obaji.
H12, yeah, thanks.
Okay, 2 votes for H12. Councilmember Barrett. Okay, can I get a motion to approve everything except H10 and H12, which have been excluded?
So moved.
Okay, can I get a second?
Second.
Okay, before we vote on it, can we have any comments from the public on, anybody from the public wishing to address the consent calendar items other than H10 or H12? Okay, nobody live here in the audience. Anybody online?
No one online and no e-comments.
Okay, can I get a motion to approve the consent calendar items excluding H10 and H12?
Already done. But yes, so moved.
Second.
Okay, motion
that
to
already.
second, all for it?
Yeah. Aye.
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 Okay, unanimous.
Okay, so I need to read it.
Yep.
Okay. H14, adopt by title only ordinance number 3274-24, an ordinance of the city of Redondo Beach ordering the submission of a proposition incurring bond indebtedness to the qualified voters of the city of Redondo Beach at the statewide general election to be held on November 5th, 2024, for the purpose of financing the costs of the acquisition, construction, reconstruction, rehabilitation, or replacement of certain municipal improvement projects constituting public infrastructure of the city, for second reading and adoption. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to the excluded consent calendar items, item H10.
Okay, thank you, Mayor Light. I wanted to pull this item for two reasons. One, I wanted everybody to know that this is the last bargaining group that we're settling with, and it's a 4-year deal. So we're ecstatic to come to an agreement with the firefighters, and we value all of our employees that are under collective bargaining, and we will do our best for them in terms of the budget. Actually, Chief Butler, I got a question related to the harbor master. I was wondering if you could explain what the new harbor master, future harbor master assignment is, what it will do. Will it increase enforcement? Will it bring better services down there, or what are we looking at?
Thank you, Councilmember. Mayor and council members, Patrick Butler, interim fire chief and harbor master. And a little bit of background is this will be a trial program to put a harbor master down there. It'll be a captain level position. And one of the common themes and requests we get from folks in the harbor is having a single point person that'll be having a desk job who's there to be able to interact with the harbor community, the yacht clubs, stakeholders, be the point person for the harbor patrol. And so we have selected Captain Kurt Mahoney. He's a senior tenured department captain from the area. It'll be a trial program. In the interim, he is the deputy fire marshal. Some of his workload we've shifted to other folks in the department so we could focus all his attention in being that single point. My hope, and Captain Mahoney and I have had some discussions, is that during this trial program, our success will be based on the stakeholders in the harbor as well as our internal stakeholders, which are the firefighters that work at Fire Station 3. The position will be funded out of my current budget, and next year, if it looks like this is something we want to continue and pursue, and then I'll come forward with a request for funding. But the person will report directly to me, and it'll just be, I think, really important, because right now, as the fire chief and harbor master, I don't have tremendous focus on day-to-day operations down there because managing the department. And I think with Captain Mahoney in this position, it'll be something that'll benefit us all, and also be involved with preparedness and other aspects of the harbor.
So you're funding it for the first year. Beyond that, it's a responsibility of the city to fund it. Approximately how much is the?
So the position, a captain's position, is about $268,000 a year. Now, don't let that price just be like, wow, is that what the person makes? No, that's kind of the full cost for a position in the city. So after next year, we'll have some metrics similar to what we did with the administrative chief when council authorized the position and we promoted Brian Regan. Yeah. Similar to that, it'll be a 1-year trial program. We'll be out there in the community seeing the benefits, all that, and moving forward, I would expect us to come forward next year and make a request to have that position funded.
Okay. What about the people that are the cross-staffing that's going on in terms of rotation in and out? Are there people rotating in and out?
Currently, there's nobody rotating in and out of any position down there.
Okay.
I think down the road, to get experience from the land-based companies, that we would do some type of rotation with personnel or deckhands, and that'll, bring more experience organizationally. But the fireboat captain position, those will be civil service classifications, and those captains will be assigned to that position.
But they're not going to be necessarily handling land calls as much as say, somewhat, but
Well,
not, it's not like another third unit. in terms of-
No, I think the question, it's not going to be, first of all, the harbor's busy on certain days of the week, weekends, there's a lot of events, so there hasn't been any cross-staffing. If there is, it would be something similar to, there's no other resource in the city, and there's a young child, somewhere on PCH and whatever needs help, then we're going.
Right.
But other than that, it won't be a routine process, because otherwise it takes away from focus on the harbor.
And you got to backfill that if we're going to do, I mean, we're also talking about enforcement as well too, right?
Yeah, so they'll be doing enforcement. 3 of the captains have the 832 PC, which is a California certification.
Okay.
So the harbor master's job will be to really inform me and this council and the harbor commission better on the ongoings of what's going on in the harbor.
Okay. Okay. Well, as long as enforcement increases and we can keep up with the needs down there, I'm in favor of this, with some reservation about the funding part of it, in beyond years 2, 3, and 4. But I'm very glad that we're able to settle with firefighters, so, okay, thank you.
The other thing I would add, thank you, Chief Butler, for mentioning it, but that unit in particular over the last few years, as we've experienced budget cuts over the last decade, has lacked day-to-day supervision. And I think that's one of the causes for the erosion of our enforcement focus.
Yeah.
And in addition to helping become the point of contact for the harbor community and bridging the gap between fire administration and our operating unit down there, they'll be able to help set priorities, task our crews at different times to conduct different enforcement action, focus their efforts, and continue to be, an outstanding paramedic responding unit that they are today. So that's, if there's been anything missing in Harbor Patrol over the last few years, it's been that dedicated supervisory point person. And I think this will help bridge that divide. And we'll sort it out operationally going forward after we test it. And we're grateful that we came to an MOU conclusion that gives us a chance to test this model and proceed.
Okay, and we'll tweak it as needed.
Exactly.
Okay. Then I'd make a motion to approve H10.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. I'd like to say a few words before we go for it. You can go, Chief. So first off, I want to thank the council for supporting strengthening our harbor patrol. I've already seen results. Just in the week before last, there were 3 rescues in the harbor. There was a missing diver, there was somebody who had a heart attack in their kayak, and somebody had a pacemaker problem and fell in the water. On top of that, we've had 3 fuel spills they've responded to just so far this season. And even 2 weekends ago, we had an event down in the harbor where there were a bunch of people SUPing who had never stand-up paddleboarded before. They were blocking the main channel and saw the harbor patrol go out and actually clear the main channel. And right after that, they went over and got kids who were jumping off the rocks, which is very hazardous. And I've had friends come up and say, they were a little miffed because they got off their SUP and were climbing on the rocks and got told to get back on their SUP. So this focus has already helped. But my main concern is going forward. I think over the next month, we'll be approving a contract for the boat ramp, and it's critical that we get somebody representing the Harbor Patrol interests in the design of that boat ramp, because they will be busy at that boat ramp. That's the weekend warriors who aren't out there normally, who don't know the rules of the road, and anybody who's been at a boat ramp knows it's a great spectator sport. And so we need input from the safety professionals as we implement that. And so that's exactly why this is the right time to start that back up again. This is eroded. This unit was at its peak over 12 people, and it's now 6. So this is starting to move it back in the direction where we had a fully functioning harbor patrol. And they're also doing walks on the dock. We've recently had thefts on the dock, so they're actually doing patrols to look for thefts in the harbor. So this couldn't be at a better time. So thank the council for support. Anybody from the public before we vote want to comment on this item?
Hello everyone, this is Andy Porchop. I'm for the firefighters, I'm supporting the firefighters because if you don't, they come and, how you call it? The kids come and egg my house. Anyway, I like the Redondo Beach firefighters because they were very, very nice to me. They always call in when Porchop is in the village and something, so all the Torrance firefighters know that I'm out of my house. Anyway, I just would like to tell you everything for the firefighters, and I'm just missing Mr. Allen, Gregory Allen. I miss him every day. I don't have good videos, he doesn't call the cops on me. So, and I have few videos sitting in his big pickup truck waiting for the guys come from, what you call them? Trader Joe. That's where they go to shop, Trader Joe. And it's very important, give everything for the firefighters so they have time and money to go shopping and calling the cops on them when somebody films them. Oh, I don't see the time yet. Anyway, just one more thing. I forgot. Okay, like the Torrance firefighters.
Sorry, my clicker went out, so I got it timed here.
I can speak hours.
How much time do we have left?
Minute.
How much I have?
Minute.
1 minute. Now I got my, Torrance firefighters, to generate money, they have a new thing. I just filmed them yesterday, but I did not put it on YouTube. Now they go, if somebody breaks down at the gas station, like an old SUV, they go under the car and check it and help the guy out. Or just like the Redondo Beach firefighters, I noticed that once, that was the best firefighter thing. They came out with a ladder truck and climbed into a lady's apartment because she locked herself out middle of the day, So it was a terrible thing. She called probably 911 because how else the firefighter comes? They came with a big rig up the window. It was on the 2nd story. They climbed in the window and successfully opened the door. Successfully. So all the, how you call them? Locksmith. You can fire all the locksmith because you have a good fire department. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody online?
I have no one online and no e-comments for this item.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. All for?
Aye.
Okay, unanimous. H12.
Oh, H10, I got to read.
Okay, sorry.
Adopt by title only resolution number CC-2408-067, a resolution City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, adopting a memorandum of understanding between the City of Redondo Beach and the Redondo Beach Firefighters Association for July 1st, 2024 through June 30th, 2028. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, H12, Councilmember Kalajurovich.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to pull this item, in light of Grants Pass, the Supreme Court ruling on that. There's been some questions about how that's going to change policies in certain cities. Some cities have expressed fear that other cities will be moving their homeless population into neighboring cities. And so this Good Neighbor Pledge that was brought to me by the COG, South Bay COG. I just wanted to highlight a few things on there, that the services and shelter are the cornerstone of the efforts, and that we're pledging that we're not just moving people from one city to another, because that's just moving the problem, but pledging that city personnel will be aware of the resources available in our city. And this is important because it puts the onus on cities and staff to evaluate and educate their people about the services that they are providing, and it can highlight where deficiencies are. So I think this is a nice response to jumping ahead of what problem may come. And I would like to just thank the COG, city attorney on all this. And those are my comments.
Okay, do you want to make a motion?
I would make a motion to approve this, and which would be directing the delegate, Councilman Obaji, to sign on behalf of the city at the South Bay COG.
Second that.
We have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this item?
I wanted to pull it too. I wanted to pull the item too.
Okay,
So I wanted to speak on it.
go ahead.
So I echo what Councilmember Kalajevic said, and I did want to get this city council's input on this before I agreed to it. What I'd like to do, if you're open to the friendly amendment, otherwise I'll make a substitute motion, is to make our signing of the pledge conditioned upon Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Lawndale, and Torrance all signing the pledge as well.
Right, right.
Yeah,
My concern is obviously that I think, based on what I've heard, that all these cities are similarly viewing how we should respond to the Supreme Court's decision and continue to carry the burden of the unhoused population and the troubles that they have. But I'm not sure. We haven't yet come back to that meeting. And I don't want to end up in a situation where we're pledging to do this, but then our neighbors aren't, or are sending people our way to deal with
right.
it.
I mean, this really doesn't work if one city is signing on to it. It is a group of cities agreeing to do this.
So you accept the friendly amendment?
So I would accept the friendly amendment. And you're specifically saying which cities? Hermosa, Manhattan?
Our immediately adjacent cities, so cities that border us.
Are you going to hold out for Torrance?
Yeah, I'll hold out for Torrance. Look, they have their own pallet shelter. They've been doing good work, I think, on this front. So I'm hopeful that they will come along too. But I just want to make sure that everybody's this is a regional effort that requires everybody's participation.
No, I agree.
Sorry, I said Hermosa, Manhattan Beach, Lawndale, Torrance, right? Those are all our bordering cities anymore? Yep. Cool.
I don't know that I accept the amendment that we have to get all of them to do it. I think a group of them, yes, but we wouldn't be the only one signing it, is where I would be comfortable.
So I'll make substitute motion to approve the pledge and authorize the COG delegate, Zane Obaji, to sign the pledge conditioned on Torrance, Hermosa Beach, Manhattan Beach, and Lawndale signing the pledge.
In Hawthorne, adjacent?
Yes. Is
Sec-
Hawthorne adjacent? Yeah, so
Second, I think it's a good idea.
Okay, so we have a substitute motion and a second. Any member of the public wish to address this item?
Hi guys, it's Andy Porchuk again. You guys lucky I came here because otherwise I did not know that. I gonna go and campaign for this, so the city of Torrance sign this. I hope they send somebody or they rejoin this organization or not, because I want bang for my money. The taxpayers pay for all the city councils go to this meeting and then they accomplish nothing. You know what I mean? So, we have homelesses or whatever you go for, and we're gonna have homelesses because the whole approach to solving the homelessness is not good. You know what I mean? So plus with the economy going, we're gonna have more and more homeless, unfortunately. And as things look like, I'm gonna be homeless pretty soon. You know what I mean? The hospital bills, the doctor bills, and all the crap you have to pay, the insurance and everything. So it's going to be very hard to not to be homeless. And the other thing is I'm happy you're going there because, at least somebody represents the city. And I'm going to talk to the Torrance next meeting, and I'm going to tell them, go to the meeting and sign the pledge. Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anyone online?
None online or e-comments. Thank you.
Mayor, if I may ask the city attorney, On this, do you have hesitation with condition on the cities that were listed?
Only I'll say this, it allows a veto for any one of our neighbors. And if we sign this or don't sign this, we won't act any different. This is getting our neighbors to do exactly what we've been doing and what we will continue to do, given what's effective and what the state of the law is. Grants Pass has been reversed, but there's a case from 1998 in Ray Eichhorn, which says that necessity is defense to any enforcement of an anti-camping ordinance. And the supervisors have said that their jail can't be used for any pre or post trial sentences for anti-camping ordinances. So I think it's good to encourage all our neighbors to join. This will only work if everyone does it. My hesitation would be if Torrance, for example, or Hawthorne or Redondo, if any of them just don't get around to signing it. So that would be my hesitation.
Okay, any other discussion?
Yeah, I got my hand up.
Sorry, on the
That's all right.
present. Go ahead.
Yeah, I got hesitation to wait for the other cities. I think we've been doing a great job. I'm a little concerned with some of the other cities, and they're flat out just saying, well, we don't have the room, the space, or the budget. And while I don't ever see us playing the shell game of moving people around from one place to another, I do possibly see other cities around us, even ones that aren't necessarily touching us. And I think it's a big statement for us to move and say, hey, listen, we're not going to just do this enforcement without actually something behind us here, like we continue to do, our pallet shelters. So I would be more inclined to go with the first motion than the second motion.
Okay. Councilmember Kalajevic.
If I might just add, based on what was just said, we're not going to change anything that we're doing. I think by signing this, it makes other people look bad if they're not going to sign it. It kind of puts them in a position where maybe they realize they are deficient in some of the services they're providing. And I just don't see us holding out as taking that strong arm is not going to help us. That's all.
Councilmember Obaji.
So as the city attorney just said, we are not changing what we're doing regardless of whether we adopt this pledge or we don't adopt this pledge. So the question is, what can we achieve by adopting or not adopting it or conditionally adopting it? My goal is to induce other cities to think about what they're going to do in response to the Supreme Court decision and decide to take the good neighbor approach. And specifically the cities of Manhattan Beach, Hermosa Beach, Torrance, and Lawndale, which Lawndale, I'm not sure, I think they just moved towards their first pallet shelter. So I'd like to induce them to make the right decision, help induce them to make the right decision by offering our pledge in exchange for them also agreeing to the pledge. But, no sweat off my back. This motion passes, it doesn't pass, it's all going to be good. And we're going to respond responsibly to the homelessness crisis.
I just see this as an opportunity for us to lead by example in a positive way. And so that's why I think us taking the first step is probably in our best interest.
Yeah, now, I'll tell you, I personally think that's a high bar to set it to. If you get one city that's recalcitrant,
Right.
Then we don't get achieve the goal of getting the other four cities to do it. So I kind of lean towards Councilmember Kalajerevic's motion. But with that, I will call the vote. All for the substitute motion?
Aye.
No.
All against?
No.
No.
Okay, so back to the original motion. Call the vote on that. All for?
Aye.
I think it's so important to have the cities that border us on board in a real commitment as we move forward with our enforcement and everything else we're doing for the homeless here in Redondo Beach, so I'm a no.
So that's 4-1. Okay, thank you. Okay, now moving on to public participation on non-agenda items. This section is intended to provide members of the public the opportunity to comment on any subject that does not appear on tonight's agenda for action. This section is limited to 30 minutes. Each speaker will be afforded 3 minutes to address the mayor and council, and each speaker will be permitted to speak only once. We'll take written cards first. So with that, do we have any written cards? No. Okay, any member of the public wish to come up and address the council on any non-agenda items?
Good evening. I'm part of a residential community that has about 23 residents. We are on the corner of...
What's your name, ma'am?
Huh?
What's your name?
Peggy, I'm sorry. Peggy Cochran.
Okay, thanks.
Anyway, we're on the corner of PCH and Pearl, and then Broadway borders us. The new ordinance, whatever it is, that is saying that the street parking for sweeping day has to be 3 hours totally empty. We need some help with this because we have so many residents and we have beach traffic that comes through there. Literally, there are not enough places for us to park when you take away half the street. And then additionally, we have we have a car lot on one end, we have a women's club on the other, and then the police station. So it gets really crowded in there. So if you guys are going to go ahead with this, no parking for 3 hours straight, which kind of limits us to be able to move throughout the whole day once we have a parking spot, can we have special permit parking for those of us who are residents in that area? Because otherwise, literally, I will go out at 7 o'clock in the morning, I come back and my spot's gone and I don't have any place to go. I tried PCH, I have to drive, sometimes I park over where, another building that is currently not being used, but there's parking there. I mean, we have to go where we can. So I guess my request is special parking for the residents of this particular area. Because as I said, on street sweeping days, if you enforce that 3 hour thing, we have nowhere to go.
Okay, is that it?
Just a clarifying question. Are you east or west of PCH?
West. Yeah, so we get a lot of beach traffic. We're a block from Veterans Park. So, I mean, we get all that too, except there's parking there, but.
Okay, thank
All
you.
right, thank you.
This is coming back to the council, correct? Do we know when?
Number 3rd.
September 3rd. Okay, thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address the council on non-agenda items?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. I'd just like to double down on this lady because when I lived in Redondo Beach, a while ago, and like I was working, street sweeping was always on. And the lady I was working on, she moved her car to her own driveway, and because she was sticking out from the driveway to the sidewalk, she got a ticket. So I understand the city needs money, and I understand, the streets would be swept, but also heard that, people could park back there and, after the street sweeper went. And then they claim it, you cannot see it. You cannot see it if the street sweeper was there because, they use very small amount of water, the street sweepers, the modern street sweeper. So in my opinion, if you cannot see it, the street sweeper went around the car, then then it's wet. There is nothing to sweep there. So anyway, this was a very bad thing, because people could just park back there after the street sweeping is over. You know what I mean? The other thing I forgot. Anyway, I'll save it to another day.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to address the council on non-agenda items? Okay, anybody online?
I have none, and then I have one e-comment. That's it.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Okay, so items for discussion prior to action. Item N1, discussion and possible action regarding e-bike use in the city of Redondo Beach. Chief, the floor is all yours.
You turn the screen on, please. Well, good evening, Mayor and Council. Joe Hoffman, Chief of Police, back here with a 6-month update on e-bike usage in Redondo Beach. With me tonight is Captain Mike Martinez from the Special Operations Bureau and Lieutenant Corey King from Special Operations Division, who do a lot of work with our traffic unit and e-bikes. We also have a representative from the school district that'll be here that can answer questions if there's issues that come up during that portion of the presentation related to the permitting program. It's going to be started during the new school year. And potentially a member of the public that will be here to discuss and be involved with our rewards program that is part of our outreach for e-bikes. So in tonight's presentation, we're going to give you the status of the increased enforcement efforts that we've been doing both by ourselves and with other cities. Since the last time we were here, we've done a series of community meetings, continued with our outreach, and we have that feedback that we're going to be able to provide to you. We talked previously about legislation that was moving through the state, and we do have an update on some of the legislation we discussed last time and what's currently pending. The status of bicycle diversion programs, which has been a topic throughout the South Bay, and then also the sections that we use to actually conduct enforcement, not just what we're using, but also what some of the neighboring cities are using. So since we were here last time, there's been a lot of feedback from the public about conducting enforcement. And we heard those calls for enforcement, and we've made a dedicated effort to coordinating details with our patrol division and also with our traffic unit to go out and conduct enforcement details specifically targeting e-bike enforcement and e-bike violations. So this is even updated as of today because the PowerPoint presentation that was attached to the agenda item that I turned in last week had 124 citations. And then we did 2 more organized details over the weekend. And then this morning I was able to verify that we've had 135 citations. So there's been a lot more enforcement stops than that, but because sometimes a warning is appropriate. But throughout all the enforcement activity that we've done over the past 6 months since February, the majority of it in the past 3 months since the summertime has been here, we have issued 135 citations throughout all the units in the police department. And then I listed the primary infractions that we've been writing tickets for, and that's stop signs, not wearing helmets for those under 18, and those that have a passenger on a bicycle illegally. There has to be certain criteria with the seat and pegs and all that. So we did a series of community meetings. So we had an opportunity to get feedback from residents, both in North Redondo, South Redondo, online. And this is kind of a list of the ways that we reached out in order to get feedback from the community. We had town hall meetings at Alta Vista and Anderson Park. I was able to go to the one at Alta Vista. The one at Anderson Park was very well attended. We had representatives attend business association meetings in North and South Redondo. Attended neighborhood watch meetings and Citizens Police Academy Alumni Association meetings. We did social media polling through some of our social media platforms such as Zen City, where random surveys are sent out, pop up on people's phones and ask for feedback about e-bikes, which was useful. We recently conducted an e-bike safety seminar at Redondo High School parking lot in our annex parking lot. We had very good attendance for with a lot of Redondo Unified students that attended that as well. We met with the local e-bike recreation group, which has a lot of feedback on e-bikes, and then the bike rodeo, which I mentioned there. So there was a lot of variety as far as how we sought feedback from the community. So instead of just picking one simple way to do it, we wanted to make sure that everybody that wanted to give us feedback hopefully had an opportunity to provide us that feedback. So after conducting the feedback, there was definitely some overlapping complaints. And this is kind of a synopsis of, as we filtered through all the information, that the laws are primarily being violated by juvenile offenders. And overwhelmingly, what people were saying is we want more enforcement. And that the punishments that were out there weren't adequate for the offenders, and that the parents also need to have some sort of a consequence, that it wasn't enough just for the actual bike rider to have some sort of a consequence, but the parents need to be held accountable as well. And then there was also overwhelming opinion that there needs to be some sort of education or license that would be required for riding an e-bike. This is just kind of a continuation, but not the things that were at the top. But managing the privileges, obviously the license is something that people brought up quite a bit. Having maps that showed the safest areas to ride the bikes and more bike lanes within the city, which actually is occurring. We have seen more bike lanes that are being established throughout the city. So when we were here last time, we talked about the status of Assembly Bill 530, which was moving through the state legislation. And at that time, there was a series of aspects to that, one of which would be to prohibit anybody from under 12 from operating an e-bike. And then there was a process where an e-bike license would have to be obtained after completing a written test through the DMV. Unfortunately, since we were here last time in February, that bill failed at the committee level at the state. We also discussed bicycle diversion and the possibility of adding a bicycle diversion program. And the thing with bicycle diversion, and we do have the city attorney's office here that can also discuss it if there's very specific questions, but the court has to agree in order for us to have the diversion program. When we issue a citation, the citation goes through our records department and to the court, and then that can potentially be an option as long as the court has an agreement with a provider that can conduct diversion. As of right now, that agreement does not exist for us, and the city's attorney's office is still exploring the possibility of reestablishing that connection so that diversion would be an option when we conduct enforcement. There is a new bill that's out there, Assembly Bill 2234. This is a pilot program in the county of San Diego. So although it's a step in the right direction, it actually wouldn't benefit Redondo Beach, but it would have aspects to it similar to the previous Assembly bill that would prohibit somebody from under 12 operating certain classes of e-bikes and be a step in the right direction for establishing that license program. So although this one would not actually impact us, it is good that there is some legislation going through, even in a pilot form, and I think it is worthwhile for us to continue to monitor and report back on that in case there is something that would benefit us from sending a letter of support.
Before you leave that one, Chief, can I ask a question? Sorry.
Of course.
So the existing law prohibits a person under 16 from operating Class 3. Have you cited anyone for that?
Well, the problem is, it's very difficult to identify an e-bike. Yeah, that's the law, but if an e-bike just drives by, I know I can't do it. I'm not sure it's even possible to identify if it's Class 1, 2, or 3 when it rides by you. And unfortunately, the law doesn't allow us to conduct an investigative stop to determine what class of an e-bike it is. And a lot of the e-bikes, there's settings on them where somebody can go into the computer on it, hold buttons a certain way. I've seen it on YouTube, and you can change it from a Class 2 to a Class 3. And unless you knew how to actually access that computer, it would be very, very difficult for an officer to tell. So although that is the law, and it is good that they are trying to restrict it, very difficult from an enforcement standpoint.
Thank you.
So there have been some ordinances that were created in neighboring cities in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach, so I wanted to talk about those a little bit. In September of '23, the city of Manhattan Beach created an ordinance that adopted certain laws related to e-bike use, a speed limit, certain operational standards, where they could be operated, and then fines associated with those specific ordinance violations. And I'm going to get into that a little bit more. Hermosa Beach did the same thing just in June of this year with similar types of restrictions for operating the e-bikes, location restrictions. They actually added one there that was an ability to impound e-bikes ridden by juveniles under the age of 18 that violate the ordinance. And then the e-bike is taken to their station and only released upon the payment of a fee. They have that on their books. I do have some questions about how that's legally possible. I would want to consult with the city attorney's office on that, but I did want to bring that up. So what I did here was created a chart that talks about the different sections. There's been a lot of talk about creating a specific ordinance in Redondo Beach, and I think that the conversation around that is because there's a belief that if we do not have an ordinance specifically pertaining to e-bikes, that we're limited on the enforcement that we can conduct. So I wanted to put this chart up there that specifically lists the most prominent sections that we would conduct enforcement for e-bikes, and then the associated section for each of the cities. So you can see we listed the municipal code sections for Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach for failure to stop for a stop sign, for example. And then what we can cite for, which we've written numerous citations for, which is in the vehicle code. So for all of the sections that have been created, listed here, there's an associated vehicle code section, which we're currently conducting enforcement. So we have plenty of statutes that allow us to conduct enforcement for e-bike violations. The difference is that they're state California vehicle code sections as opposed to municipal code sections. So what you get into there is it an ordinance violation? Is it an administrative violation only and not an infraction? Or is it a vehicle code section? And that's what these other cities have chosen to do, is primarily pursue an administrative violation, which is typically fine-based, a fine set by their governing body, and no court appearance or any other sort of follow-up. Where the path that we're currently taking is a traffic ticket and a court appearance. And there's still a fine associated with it. And the fine it's a scaling fine in the other cities, depending on what the violation is. For sake of argument, let's just say first violation is 200, then 500, and then 1,000. A stop sign ticket that we write with the penalty assessment and everything could be between $300 and $400. But it's different because somebody has to have a court appearance. If they're a juvenile, their parent has to go with them. And if they get a citation in another city, there's a record of that citation. And it's scaled as well. So the reason I wanted to put this chart up here is to show that just because we don't have an ordinance specifically for e-bikes for all of these sections, there's no shortage of statutes that allow us to conduct enforcement.
So you're saying all 135 of those citations are, the parents have to go to court?
No, not necessarily. If it's a juvenile, and not all the citations were
Well,
juveniles.
yeah, I'm sorry, if it was a juvenile, the
If
parents.
if a juvenile is issued a citation for an appearance in court, a parent is required. Yes.
Okay.
Which is a consequence.
No, that's a good consequence.
I mean, we've had discussions about it where when it's just an administrative fine, if a child were to get a citation and a $200 fine, the parent's probably going to be upset. If a child gets a citation and now the parent has to take a day off of work and go to Van Nuys to go to traffic court, the parent's probably going to be a little bit more upset. Fine amount is about the same thing, but one thing that I really want to stress and that I'm very passionate about, and I have been throughout my career, is that enforcement for these types of violations is meant to correct behavior and not be punitive. What we're really trying to do here with the enforcement is encourage safe operation of e-bikes and prevent people from being injured, and also prevent and improve the quality of life in the city for the residents there. And by getting people to stop at stop signs and wear helmets and not have passengers ride illegally and not pop wheelies in streets, et cetera, that's going to do both. It's going to prevent people from getting injured, it's going to improve the quality of life, and it's going to hopefully correct behavior. And that's our ultimate goal here. So we work very closely with the school district, as we've talked about before, with our SRO program. And we are excited that the school district has decided to this month, to start doing e-bike training through a local partner. And it's going to start with grades 6 to 8. And if the students want to park their bike at school, they need to go through the class. And it's great because it's another aspect of education and training in making sure that the students understand all the implications of operating an e-bike. So after a student completes the course, they're going to sticker, and then that's going to allow the student to park their bike on school property. It's randomly going to be checked, and you look at the bottom line there, the school district's hoping to have 600 to 800 students trained by next month. So it's a great program. It's an excellent opportunity for the police department to help out in any way that we can by partnering to work with the school district. And we do have a representative from the school district here. If once we're done with the presentation, if the mayor and council have additional questions, hopefully they can shed some additional light on that. But this is just another aspect of how we talk about working through this issue with a global perspective and not just solely looking at enforcement, but looking at the other stakeholders to hopefully have a positive effect by involving everybody. So some of the e-bike recommendations that we have moving forward, obviously we've been here, provided multiple updates. We'd like to continue with the education and outreach. It's been good. I mean, the bike rodeos, very positive. We were able to get a list of all the different schools and the students that attended, and I was very, very encouraged by seeing how many students showed up for the bike rodeo. It was great. And the outreach is good. The social media posts that we do, just kind of reinforcing the fact that e-bikes can be dangerous and they need to be ridden responsibly. And then our reward program. We previously funded the purchase of Starbucks gift cards through a grant through the Police Foundation, did not use any general fund money. And when the officers saw somebody, not necessarily a juvenile, but in most cases it was, riding responsibly, they got a gift card for Starbucks. Helmet buckled, stopping at stop signs, because we don't want it to be always negative contact with the police. We want the public to also know that we're encouraging positive behavior. So, and we have another generous business in the city that has agreed to provide additional gift coupons and gift cards that I'm not sure if they're here, but that will be another opportunity for the police officers to hand out rewards to reward positive behavior in an ongoing basis there. Continued enforcement of the state and local laws. So the chart that I put up there was designed to show that we have plenty of statutes, but we do have ordinances on the books in Redondo Beach that can be enforced for bikes as well. One example would be riding a bicycle on a sidewalk. It just has to be posted. So like Esplanade, for example, it's posted. Around the school, there are some sidewalks, the high school, there's some sidewalks that are posted. Most sidewalks aren't, but if there was ever a desire to post a certain sidewalk, that could be done, and there's already an ordinance on the books for that. Riding bikes on the pier, we've written numerous citations for that this year as well. Not necessarily e-bikes, but that would apply as well because an e-bike and a bicycle fall into the same classification currently. So we do have plenty of municipal codes also in addition to the state statutes, and continuing the enforcement of those with the regular details, I think, is having an impact. The multi-jurisdictional enforcement details, we did our first one of those last week. We've already participated in those in other cities, but I wanted to make sure that we got one in Redondo Beach before I came back to report to council. So we did that about 2 weeks ago, and we had officers from El Segundo, Manhattan Beach, Hermosa, and us, and Hawthorne. And they all came down into our city to work on a joint e-bike enforcement detail for a couple of hours, conducted 26 enforcement stops, and wrote 19 citations. So again, that just shows the partnership, working in other cities, and we've gone to other cities to assist them as well, because this is definitely a South Bay problem, not just a Redondo Beach problem. I think it's important that we monitor and report back on any pending legislation. I do think that this is an issue that needs state legislation, because I think that'll help control the problem, so it's not each city just trying to bite off a piece of it, but actually help us have a long-term solution for it. And then for us to continue working with the city attorney's office to pursue options for bicycle diversion and hopefully get the court to agree to something so that that would be an option. Because again, our goal here is to correct behavior and not be punitive, and I think diversion would be a good option for that. And with that, we're here to answer any questions if there's specifics about enforcement or any of the other items that I brought up. We have personnel from those divisions, and then also the school district and members of the public.
So, thank you. That was a good presentation, and I appreciate the enforcement. And I like that the parents have to go to court, and because I think so often it comes to good parenting, and this puts a little onus on the parents. On sidewalks, you know, I noticed the other cities, our sister cities from your staff report that was included, they have some stricter requirements. If someone's riding their bike recklessly on a sidewalk and endangering pedestrians, or they hit a pedestrian, is there anything you can do? Do pedestrians have the right of way on a sidewalk?
Well, no. Bicycles are allowed to legally be operated on a sidewalk. And if it's reckless, there potentially could be some sort of enforcement action depending on what they're doing. If they're stunt riding or something like that, there could be a section that would be applicable. But bicycles are allowed on the sidewalk. And that's a discussion to have, because if all of a sudden bicycles are banned on sidewalks throughout the city, And then you have a 13-year-old that is riding responsibly. Now that 13-year-old is being forced to ride in the street.
Yeah,
So-
I don't want to force kids into the street that don't feel comfortable with, but I almost hit a kid backing out of my driveway who was, I stopped, but I was, he was flying and I nearly hit the kid and he was on the sidewalk. So and I've also heard of, I've seen people on the Esplanade, even though it's illegal there, get hit by a bicyclist who was riding through a crowd of them and just was going too fast for, pedestrians in the area.
Yeah, definitely a concern, and definitely something that if somebody was injured would warrant a police response and a report for sure, because at nothing else, if the person was riding a bicycle and caused an injury, they would be responsible for that. As far as a criminal prosecution, it would depend on the specific circumstances related to that incident, but bicycles are allowed on sidewalks unless it's posted.
Is there a law we could put into place similar to Manhattan that says, you have to, if you're riding bike on the sidewalk, the pedestrians have the right of way and you're not allowed to endanger them? I forget the exact words, but that was one of the ordinances that you included in the staff report.
I would imagine that if there was an ordinance that you wanted to create and we had a referral, we could work with the city
But I
attorney's
sense
office.
you're not asking for any more ordinances.
No, not necessarily. I mean, our belief is from an enforcement standpoint, there's an adequate number of statutes in the vehicle code and the municipal code that allow us to conduct a reasonable amount of enforcement to create a safer environment. If there is an ordinance that we don't have that could create that situation and make it a little bit safer, I mean, I would be open to it, but I do feel that we have an adequate number of ordinances, but you're right. I mean, bicycles on sidewalks can be dangerous.
Yeah, and that's, the other ones seem pretty clear. You can get people who are doing wheelies and, cutting off cars. I've been surrounded by e-bikes who intentionally slowed down, and I think they were taunting me to do something, and I didn't take the bait.
It's a problem.
Yeah, and I think, Mayor, if I could, I believe our code currently allows us, you made this point earlier, but it might have been missed. If we post a prohibition of bicycles on sidewalks in certain segments, we can restrict that activity currly under the code.
No, I
That's correct.
understand
That's
that,
right.
but I don't want to, for the same reasons the chief brought up,
Citywide,
I
of
don't want to
course
make it
not, right.
prohibited citywide, because you got toddlers on, just
Smaller
learning.
bikes, and you want them there,
Yeah,
right?
yeah, so, but I don't want a kid going 15 miles an hour, down the sidewalk and somebody backs into them either, because they're too stupid to understand they can't stop in time and the car can't see them quick enough. So I think there's a middle ground maybe where we at least establish some sidewalk ordinances that, give you I don't think you can enforce a road thing on a sidewalk, can you?
No.
You can't, if a guy's doing a wheelie on the sidewalk, that's not illegal.
Well, it depends. I mean, it could be, depending on the circumstances where the sidewalk is, if it's considered part of the roadway or the highway. I mean, it would depend on the exact stretch of
I'm
roadway.
just talking neighborhood sidewalk. It's got a parkway in between, kids going down doing wheelies down it. You can't,
Probably not.
yeah, so. Okay, well, that's the one area I think we've got a gap that I've heard complaints from and I've actually, experienced, so. Councilmember Obaji.
Thanks, Chief. Thanks for the comprehensive report. Thanks for the comprehensive presentation. Really appreciate it. I suppose the main concern that we have, or that I have, is about the injuries and fatalities of kids and people that come in contact with them. Have we noticed whether the actions that you've taken through education and enforcement have had an impact, or is it too early to tell as far as the accident count that we're having in Redondo, that we have in Redondo Beach?
Well, I think that we've been fortunate and we have not had a lot of accidents, especially over this summer with e-bikes. But one of the metrics that I've been using to base our efficiency is the number of complaints that we've been receiving. And the number of complaints that we've been getting for e-bikes has gone down quite a bit. I do think that part of that is because it's summertime. And when school's in session, there's a big influx of kids to school in the morning. And then they all leave kind of around the same time in the afternoon. And we see some increased complaint activity during those times. But we've had a lot of complaints go down. And when researching the number of collisions involving e-bikes, we've been fortunate and we haven't had any to report. So that's a good thing. Although it's not necessarily a sign that we're out of the woods. I mean, these e-bikes go pretty fast, and we could have an uptick in accidents at any given time. So, but it is nice to see that the combination of everything, the enforcement, the outreach, the training, the public meetings, the multi-jurisdictional enforcement details, has caused the number of complaints that we're receiving to decrease.
Thank you. And have we compared or have we discussed with Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach to what extent they've been enforcing their administrative penalties and the efficacy of that system of penalizing, deterring, educating the public?
I have. I spoke with the chiefs from both agencies, and they're happy with their ordinances, and their officers are writing tickets for those ordinances. And it's just a different mechanism. It's an administrative fine. So it's basically just a fine, and that's it. Once you pay the fine, it's over. And that's the path that they chose to go down. And they are conducting enforcement activity with the ordinances that they created, and they're satisfied with it. I spoke with the Hermosa Beach chief today to ask about the impounding of the bikes, and he says they have been impounding bikes. He said last week they impounded about 11. I asked Lieutenant King earlier today because we found a different mechanism for impounding the illegal e-bikes, the ones that don't have pedals, that look more like dirt bikes. And we've taken 6 or 7 of those. We've impounded 6 or 7 of those using a different statute in the vehicle that exists in the vehicle code after our consultation with the CHP. So we've tried to approach it from a legal standpoint to make sure that we're on solid ground, and that's how we've been taking them as well. So the ordinances are working in the other cities. And I think that the enforcement efforts that we're conducting using the state statutes and our limited ordinances is also working. And they're impounding illegal e-bikes in Manhattan Beach and Hermosa Beach, and we're impounding illegal e-bikes in Redondo Beach. And quite frankly, I think that the combined effort, as long as everybody is engaged in the enforcement activity, is going to have a positive effect throughout the entire South Bay.
And through the joint operations, enforcement operations that you've conducted with the other cities, have you gotten any sort of gauge as to where the problem is worse? Are we affected by this more than other cities, less than other cities, our surrounding neighbors? Do we have any sort of barometer on that?
No, I think each city has a slightly different experience just based on the way that the city's structured. And we experience a lot of e-bike issues down near the waterfront from Riviera Village, along the Esplanade, the bike path, throughout North Harbor Drive and in Hermosa. Where Hermosa and Manhattan Beach have problems all throughout the city with a high number of people congregating near their piers in those areas. But quite frankly, all the kids riding the e-bikes all live somewhere else in that city or in another city, and they're all getting down there at one point or another, and that's where the enforcement action comes in as well. And I think that's why the multi-jurisdictional events are good too, because it allows us to flood an area with a number of officers, and the word gets out. Enforcement activity has increased throughout the entire South Bay, and I think that's an important way for us to deter that illegal activity.
Awesome, thank you.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, thank you, Chief. Well, I can say that having dropped my daughter off at the high school, it's a little bit of the Wild West. In the morning, I've seen craziness, basically.
Yep.
It's pretty nutty. I'm going to put you on the spot. Why do you think that the other two beach cities passed ordinances versus, say, the vehicle code?
Well, it's just a decision that the council decided to go. I mean, that's an administrative violation where the council is able to set the fines, and they were able to set a scalable fine. So if somebody, let's just use the stop, I don't know the exact dollar amounts, but somebody runs a stop sign on an e-bike and they cite their ordinance. First time it's $200 or $300. Second time it might be $500. Third time it's $1,000. And that's strictly just an administrative fine that is able to be set by the council and goes to the city.
Does if it's a vehicle code violation, if somebody is 16 and they get a driver's license, do those translate into points on their driver's license when they're old enough to go?
I'm not 100% sure, but I don't believe that they actually get driving point violations for bicycle.
I thought I'd heard that. Somebody had told me that, and I'm not sure of that. That would be a little bit unfair, I think, to somebody who has just started driving.
A driver's license is not required to operate a bicycle.
Right.
So,
but it is a moving violation.
It is, but I'll admit I may be wrong, but I believe that if you get a moving violation on a bicycle for running a stop sign, it's not actually a point on your driving record.
Okay.
And you wouldn't get a license suspended if you had two or anything like that.
What would the advantage be if we aligned all of our enforcement to the surrounding cities and ordinances?
Well, I don't think there would be. We're conducting an adequate amount of enforcement using the statutes. It would just be collecting money. It would be an administrative process as opposed to a violation of a state statute. And the violators would not be required to go to court. It would be an administrative violation only. If they didn't pay the fine, it would just go to collections. If somebody wanted to challenge it, it would not go to court. The city would have to come up with an administrative appeal process, and the city would have complete control over it, but there would be no required court appearance or any of the normal process that would be followed for a traffic violation.
Okay. And I'm not sure you mentioned or not a diversion program.
Right, so based on our current structure, we would need the court to agree to a diversion program. And that direction for the city attorney's office to research that was provided during our last meeting. And we're still working from the city
Right on
attorney
cue.
now to hopefully reestablish that connection, but maybe City Attorney Webb can provide some additional insight there.
I met with the presiding judge, the site supervising judge of the Southwest Judicial District, which includes Torrance,
Yeah.
in June. And we used to have diversion through the South Bay, bicycle. And then when COVID happened, they disappeared. And so Lieutenant King had conversations with Mr. Hannon, and they were saying that they could do a diversion. If the court approved it, it would be a virtual diversion. It would last 3.5 hours. The cost would be $50. But unlike, say, homeless court, which could be controlled locally, we no longer have a traffic court. And we had a traffic court before in Torrance, in the brick building, juvenile traffic court. Then it became Inglewood, and now it's in Van Nuys. So this has to be approved all the way downtown. I followed up recently with an email. He's forwarded it to the powers that be. I would have no idea, and there's no way of knowing if they're going to approve this. I can't imagine after the ransom and hacking attack that they just had, that this would be at the top of their priority. Yeah, oh yeah.
Maybe it
They
was somebody
closed
that was
court.
upset about a ticket.
They closed court. But one of the things that would be the same with the South Bay Bicycle Coalition is that if it were a juvenile, they would force the parent to participate in the 3.5 hour diversion program. And so, we'll see what happens there. I think the court approval, unknown if they'll do it, but if they do that, I think it's fairly quick to be able to come to an agreement with South Bay Bicycle Coalition and work out the remaining details. So for example, do we want to put a limit on how many times someone can get a diversion? Is there a time limit, once in a year, once in every 2 years, twice in a year? And how would that work in the field? Because the idea is the police department will have a form, flyer, to give to the person that they're citing with information about the diversion program. And so it can minimize the court appearances because they can complete the program, and when they go to make their appearance, the case can be dismissed at that point. And so
I think the Beach Cities Health District was talking about doing a diversion program, if I'm not mistaken, for.
the specific referral from the council was the South Bay Bicycle Coalition, and they had run this program successfully, not for juveniles, but for bicycle citations before.
I thought BCHD somehow had told us that they wanted to do it. And obviously Manhattan and Hermosa If it's just administrative, then there's no diversion.
Yeah.
I think Manhattan actually is working with Beach City's Health District in some capacity to do some diversion.
That's what I thought.
But there's no teeth in it. So if they ask somebody to go diversion and the person doesn't go, there's no recourse.
And you could control it, and that would make sense if it's only administrative. You don't need the court's approval for it. But as the chief mentions, it's less teeth to, so we're moving along, and we may find out soon or not so soon. But if that ever comes that, yeah, we're interested in doing that, then we can bring it back to you fairly quickly, how it would look like with South Bay Bicycle Coalition. If the direction tonight is, if we get approval from the court, also inquire of Beach City's Health District. If they want to offer a program, we can do that.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
Okay, Councilmember Kalajerovich.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for all the outreach that you've done, and the bike rodeo, everything was really well done. You were handing out lights for everyone who attended, bike lights. They checked all the bikes that they were working properly. It was just kudos to you. It was really well done. And I know you've done a lot of outreach on this subject, so thank you. Personally, I prefer the consequences of having students and parents go to court rather than just paying a fine. I think it's important to understand how these programs are working, the school program with the stickers and the education for students, as well as your enforcement jointly with the other cities. It seems like those are going to have an impact, and I'd love to know how those are doing before we add more, rules or restrictions. And I think, Mayor, your example of the kids on the Esplanade and the dangers that's there, I think highlights where we can add more rules, but we're still going to have people who are driving recklessly. We can't mitigate all of those things, but definitely a danger, and we should be looking at how we can address that. I know that we do have our community leader, business leaders here, and school board member. When we have public comment, I'd like to have them come up and speak, but whenever you're ready for that. Those are my comments for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Chief, is there regs that you can charge people, kids or adults, for riding their bikes or e-bikes without lights at night?
Yes, that's in the vehicle code.
Have you done that?
I'm not 100%, I mean, I've done it personally, yes, many times over the years as a police officer. I'm not sure if any of those 135 sites were actually for that. I think most of those are hazardous violations, but that is a section that police officers regularly enforce. I can't remember the section off the top of my head, but it is a valid section of the vehicle code. You're required to have proper lighting on the front of the bike.
Okay. Is it specifically for bikes, or are you applying one for any vehicle on the road?
No, specifically for bicycles. There's
Okay.
an actual section in the vehicle code requiring that.
Because I see that all the time.
Yes, that's absolutely a requirement of the law.
So, and they're wearing black, and it just scares you. All of a sudden, you see a black shadow go by. So one of the things that I have a concern about, and this is beyond your control, is, and you mentioned it, a lot of these bikes, you buy them as a class 1 or class 2, or even as a class 3, and you can download from the manufacturer or from other sources software that just overrides it. And I found 2 bikes just yesterday in just 10 seconds where they're class 3, but you can override it and go 36 miles an hour on one of them, 45 on the other. There's no way for you to enforce that. So I did reach out to our legislative lobbyists and asked, for them to look for opportunities to inject that at the state level. I think that we could hit at the point of sale or from the manufacturers.
Yes.
And so I'm going to push for that. I'm going to push for that with our state representatives too, because I think that's far more effective, because there's no way you guys can tell.
No, we'll take all the help we can get with a situation like that. It's very, very difficult. I actually went and found an e-bike, and I went to YouTube and I looked up how to convert it from a Class 2 to a Class 3. I turned on the little computer on the handlebars, and it took me about a minute.
Yep.
And I had to press the thing up to 100%, and then it instantly changed to a Class 3 bike. And that was a off-the-floor stock e-bike.
Yep.
That all I had to do was mess with the
And
buttons.
they're
I saw on
advertising them that way. I'm not sure parents always know that you can override those functions. And
Probably not. But we have been able to impound the ones that are obviously illegal. For example, the e-bikes that don't have the pedals and things like that. So at least those officers can tell when they ride by, and then we can take that enforcement
Yeah,
action.
but I've been passed at 35, so you know that's not an e-bike anymore.
No,
If they're
some
going
of them can go even
35.
faster than that.
Yeah, oh, I know. I got a friend who bragged that his can go up to 70, and I said, that's a motorcycle. And he said, no, it's an e-bike. You know, you're taking your chances. Okay, thank you. Let's see, Councilmember Barrett.
Thank you, Mayor. Lieutenant King, Captain Martinez, Chief Hoffman, great job. Great work. I think your efforts at education, outreach, and enforcement actions on e-bikes has effectuated a positive and welcome change over the last year plus. And I've personally seen more safe e-bike riding. It's not perfect, there's more to do. And I've heard less complaints from residents, and that's very important. The school district e-bike sense training program is a wonderful idea, and I commend the district for taking the initiative on that. And I thank you for the involvement your department has had in making that happen. And this is a very thorough, thoughtful, high quality, and candidly helpful report. And I think I may speak on behalf of the entire council that it's very much appreciated. You got to the point and gave us a lot of good, helpful, easy to use information. So in sum, you and your officers and staff have done a commendable job, including Officer Lofstrom, who's been out there in front on this. And candidly, you're a role model for other cities. So my one request is keep up the great work.
Of course.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you, Councilmember Obaji.
So would you, I echo what Councilmember Mayor just said. Would you have a problem coming back, let's say in April of next year, and reporting back as to the number of complaints, how they've gone down, number of accidents, if they've gone down or if they've maintained the same related to e-bikes, basically just an update, a status update on this? Because I can't imagine e-bikes are going to disappear, or when students come back to school in the fall, that they're going to be riding the bikes perfectly in a safe manner and the like. So this seems like an ongoing situation we're going to have to deal with, and the only way that we can ensure that we're tailoring the policy to the needs in the community is by hearing from you again as to what the status is in terms of accidents, injuries, complaints.
Of course, be happy to. I mean, e-bikes is still an evolving situation, and there's going to continue to be a variety of approaches to try to make it safer. So I think that reporting back is helpful for not only for the mayor and council, but also for the public to hear as well, because it allows everyone to get an opportunity to hear what we're doing, how they can be involved, and how we can continue to work on this together. So I think coming back periodically to provide the council an update is very reasonable. The 6-month window, anytime within that timeframe, April will be a little bit more than that, but if that's what you choose, that would work as well. And by then, we'll probably have a good idea of how the school district's licensing or sticker program's going. Maybe there'll be some changes in state legislation by then, or an update, and then obviously our continued outreach and enforcement efforts. So whatever timeframe you choose, of course, be happy to come back with another report.
Thanks. I was thinking April just because there'd be at least a couple of new council members up here and potentially a new mayor, and just let them address this issue first thing off the bat, since it's going to be an issue they're going to have to deal with for 4 years.
Of course. Maybe we can add it to the strategic plan.
Cool. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. So first of all, I want to get the school board representative down here. Come on up. Introduce yourself and ask you a few questions, and I think you have give you more than your 3 minutes of time.
Young Cho, proud member of the finest school district in South Bay.
That's awesome. Proud member. That's awesome. Of the finest. Can you talk about your guys' program? You guys done a great job over there. for a minute about how it started maybe and where you're going with this and this upcoming school year?
First of all, as Councilmember Barnett and all the other members have mentioned, it is absolutely wonderful to work with our police force, starting with Chief Hoffman, Captain Martinez, and Lieutenant King, and of course, Officer Lofstrom. They're just wonderful that they have the safety of everyone in mind, not just students, but everyone in Redondo Beach. And I attended many of those events that the police department had hosted, as well as schools have hosted. And that's how we came up with the program, sticker program, and that we're rolling out. We rolled out this week, actually. So one of the questions that came up was, why just the middle schools? As you can imagine, as Councilmember Lawrence had mentioned, high school is very large, and many points of entries and exits. What we wanted to do also was educate early our younger students at both Paris and Adams, and that targets about 20 students. And we hope to have that education continue on, and as they go older, they become more responsible members of the society, including being a responsible e-biker. And we are going to continue to monitor. We also work with the Beach City Health District. That agency did provide the very first of its kind back in about a year and a half ago. They went around and counted e-bikes all throughout the secondary schools in South Bay. I hope they'll have an updated report on that. That will be helpful to law enforcement as well as school districts as we work together to provide safe riding environment, but not only for the students, but everyone in South Bay.
That's awesome. And so according to this report, you've done, what, about 800 students so far? And are you guys going to, when are you going to start up, when does your school season start up this August this year? And have you started doing the education for them already? How can parents get a hold of that information and start sending their school kids to that?
Thank you for the question. Our first day of school is August 21st, so if anyone's watching, parents, make sure kids are ready. We're ready for you. Have a wonderful school year. The program rolled out, as I mentioned earlier, this week, and it went to all parents through email, and there are many different ways to get them, and we plan on continuing to push that message out, and that they can now sign up for the class and get ready to have the stickers done before the school begins. And we also are going to give credit to those attendees that attended the bike rodeo that police department hosted not too long ago, and they'll also get the stickers.
That's awesome. Okay, thank you, sir. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
So, chief, officers, thank you very much for the great report. It's been a remarkable difference since Memorial Day. I've seen it myself with the kids that are out there. I've seen Riviera Village. Whenever I cross the crosswalks in Riviera Village, going across the stopwalks or stop signs there as a pedestrian, I always take a look and take a step back and look at the driver, see if they see me, because I'm always afraid they don't see me. They're just going through, and and then after that, it's always the e-bikers and the bikers that's behind them and the side of them who really, for the most part, haven't been paying attention, and then I'm going to get hit, possibly hit by them. So in the Riviera Village, I'll tell you, I've seen a remarkable difference already. On PV Boulevard, I've seen a difference. Kids are actually slowing down, coming to a stop, putting your foot on the ground, which is a few months ago was not happening. So there's definitely been an increased amount of awareness by the kids. Of the 135 tickets that were given out, do we know how many of those were juveniles?
I do not have that information, no.
Do the parents automatically get cited or a part of those tickets?
The juvenile court appearance information is different on the citation as opposed to an adult citation. So it requires a parent to attend with the juvenile to actually do a different court. So it's a whole different process for a juvenile.
Right. These are expensive bikes. There's, $1,000, $1,500, $2,000, $3,000 bikes. Some are a little more. They're out there all day long using them. They're built pretty hefty. Going to the tickets, these are administrative fines?
Ours are not.
Not administrative. So can these particular tickets, we can't raise the fees on these then? So it's a $100 ticket, we can make it a $200 ticket?
Only on the ones that are Redondo Beach Municipal Code sections, such as riding on the sidewalk where it's posted, riding a bicycle on the pier, any municipal code section the council would have the authority to make policy on that. The California Vehicle Code ones, no, those fines are set by the court with the penalty assessment, and we get a portion of that, very small portion.
Would we be able to have certain ordinances that we could put up for Redondo specifically that could help? And then we can administer fines on top of the vehicle code?
I don't believe so, but I would want to consult with the city attorney on that.
Okay. Because one of the things that came up in my community meeting was, these are expensive bikes, big expensive bikes. They get the money to ride them. They're going to ride them right if they get a ticket. A lot of parents, a lot of people have talked many times about significantly increasing the fine level from, whatever it is now to $500 to $1,000 ticket. Because as they use these bikes, these kids, they go fast. They can get seriously hurt, and they hurt other people as well. And that's what the main part of this is, what people are worried about, is when they run through the stop signs and the injuries are caused to everyone. So I find very little support for, or I shouldn't say support, feeling bad for kids or the parents who get these tickets and get a very big fine, because, especially since these bikes are so expensive. So I would definitely look forward towards seeing whatever we could do in the administrative side. I'm also of the notion that I'm more than happy to give the kids tickets for not having lights, front lights, back lights, underinflated tires. I mean, the point for me is you write a ticket. I don't care if it's petty. The point here is I want the bike to be safe. I want parents to understand that we're serious about this, because I have seen a significant difference, like I said, since Memorial Day alone, since we've had Memorial Day and kids have gotten out of school. I mean, it hasn't been what it's been in the springtime. So it's definitely been a huge help. And I don't see at all that it's unfair to give kids or people riding these e-bikes tickets for, they're using them like vehicles. So if we're going to go after vehicles for headlights and safety issues, these are the same things, really, at the end of the day. They really are. So thank you for the report. I appreciate all the extra work with the other beach cities. I know in talking with the other council members from other cities, they really do appreciate having the police departments work together to do enforcement together as a group. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Kalajevic, and then I'm going to cut it off for the council.
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm good for
You're
public
good?
comment. Yep.
Okay, so I don't sense any action other than maybe receive and file this PowerPoint from the council. Anybody wish to make a motion?
Motion to receive and file and request an updated report from the police department in April 2025, and thank you, Captain Martinez and Lieutenant King.
I would second that if we could add in here any actions that we could, fines or tickets that we could add in administratively or Redondo Beach Municipal Codes that.
My understanding that I learned from the city attorney, and I'm sure he's going to speak to it, is we do not have an administrative review officer procedure in the city. And it would require the development of a whole new system, including the appointment of a city employee as the administrative review officer.
There you go.
Instead, we rely on penalties in the city, potential jail time and fines to the court system to enforce our laws.
All right, there you go. They answered that question.
What he said.
Yeah, there you go.
All right.
Okay, so we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Public comment?
Yeah, I'll get there.
Oh, okay.
I'll get there.
I'll second it, Mayor.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, and I just wanted to get an idea of whether there's other actions we were in, and I was right.
Just a clarifying question for Chief. You've been doing the bike rodeos educational outreach. You continue to do that?
Yeah, I think that that's going to be something that we have to keep up, because we want to keep that narrative going with the community, that we want the feedback, we want to encourage the safe operation of the e-bikes. And I think that periodically doing those bike rodeos is a way not only for us to encourage that, but it also goes in line with our whole vision statement of being part of the community and allowing us to, the police department to engage with the different group of parents and kids so that we can continue to build that trust. So that's absolutely going to be part of it, along with the continued enforcement details and everything else that's gotten us to this point.
Perfect, thank you.
And
I understand there's a member of the public who wanted to make a presentation. Are they here now?
Yes.
Come on down.
Can I just make a clarifying comment? On the motion, I think the expectation was, as you said, Chief, for the continued work that you all have been doing in the report back in April.
Of course.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Jawad Ursani, proud resident, business owner, and a super proud dad. My daughter will be teaching 10th and 11th grade math at RUHS this fall. Go Seahawks. I'm here today to thank Chief Hoffman and his team for keeping our city and our businesses and our kids safe. My colleagues and I last week presented the department with several thousand coupons, and today I am here to present 1,000 more. Please use these to reward positive behavior to our young residents. I may have forgot to mention, I am the owner of the 7-Eleven store on Aviation and Grant, and these are Slurpee coupons. Kids love Slurpee. I want to thank Councilmember Page for this opportunity, and we will continue to work together. Thank you for your time, and thank you. Have a good evening.
Motion to receive and file those.
Sorry?
Motion to receive and file those immediately.
With one for the council members.
And Jawad, we also had the school board member here too.
Yes.
We get a photo with that.
Yes.
That'd be great if we can get a photo. Chief Butler, you got your camera there?
I got camera ready.
I see that.
Bjorn, come on down.
Thank you. Thank you. Why don't we all hold one?
What do you mean, hold them, I'm gonna spend them.
I think I put it in my pocket for them,
I want my Slurpee.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. If I can't keep these, my kids
Thanks for
will.
having your store in my district.
Oh, yes, thank you.
Sure, your kids, right?
Right, my kids.
Do we have any cards?
Yeah.
No cards?
Yeah, it was great.
Okay. Any member of the public wishing to address this item to the council? Okay, anybody?
This is Andy Porchop again. I like the presentation. It was excellent presentation. But I just don't understand, what is the big deal with the e-bikes? You know what I mean? I had an e-bike. Probably I was the first in the South Bay to have an e-bike in 2010 or 11. And I was lucky to return it to Walmart the last day, 90 days return policy, because it was just more problem than, extra use or anything profit of it, riding an e-bike. But, excuse me, as I reading the next door site, I hear and see the neighbors all upset because how the kids biking, I tell you, the kids don't bike any worse than any adults, Adult bicyclists go through red lights, go to stop sign. Okay, they're not so much doing wheelies and this and that, but we have existing laws. What happened to that? We have so many existing laws with bicycles, but the police basically doesn't enforce, So what's the big deal? Why you need more and more and more and more rules? You know what I mean? So that's what the kids need, more and more and more and more rules. You know what I mean? It's not enough the existing rules, that let's have more and more and more and more and more room. Anyway, the biggest thing is what I don't like e-bikes, because these young kids missing out on good exercise. Because when I was a young kid, I used to ride bikes. I loved bikes, but it was so dangerous. I always had to ride my friend's bike because my daddy never bought me a bike because it's dangerous, So the biggest problem with bikes or e-bikes, they are dangerous. The other thing is the kids don't grow muscles, don't develop big lungs, so they're just gonna be wimps. So they should just ride regular bicycles. Plus the price of a bicycle, you know, I just would buy my kid a $300 bicycle instead of the $3,000 one. But anyway, more rules for the kids, they love it, and more punishment for the parents, they're gonna love it. It's nothing like, you know, you have to, you know, your kid does a kid thing, and then you have to take a day off of work. That's an excellent punishment for the parents. That's very productive also, very productive. Thank you very much.
Any other member of the public want to come down and speak?
Good evening, Wayne Craig, resident of District 1, kind of a hard person to follow, but I'd like to echo what the council has said is there's definitely been a significant improvement, and the report that the police department came up with is very impressive. And drive around the city, you know, the Riviera Village, it used to be really bad. It's much, much better. Other parts of the city I drive around, I see the same thing. And that said, though, there, as Mayor Light had said, you know, we live within 100 yards of each other. I think I've seen the same person flying by 40 miles an hour, which I'm just shocked that he hasn't been hurt or killed yet, because that's the same street that fire engines go by probably a half dozen times a day. One kid, I couldn't believe it. I was leaving my car the other day, doing a wheelie from Ruby all the way down to Nob Hill. A lot of skill with that kid, but he's lucky he didn't get hurt or hurt someone else. But that said, the problem isn't just with the kids, and I'll tell you why. We have a neighbor on my block who actually is blind in one eye, has glaucoma, and self-medicates, if you know what I mean. And he likes to fly down the street on the sidewalks, cursing and yelling at people who are moving their carts. And from what I understand, that's legal. That might be a problem. I'm hoping it won't hurt someone else. Now, yesterday I saw something really shocking. A woman in her probably late 40s was on an e-bike, and it had a kind of a seat in the back, I guess, but or like a little rack you put, you want to carry groceries. But she had an a toddler in the front, like in a little basket. She was riding it, and then there were two kids behind her on one e-bike. I don't know if you saw them, Jim, but it was scary. And you got even more scary because my neighbor who was across the street, she's has a respiratory issue, was trying to get out to her car, trying to dodge the leaf blower that was right next to it and trying to walk out to her car. And this lady almost ran into her on the sidewalk. So it's not just kids, there's some adult problems out there too. So but obviously it's working well. There's something that can be done to, I guess, maybe focus more on some of these kids that are flying by at 40 miles an hour. That's really dangerous. Anyway, thanks.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Anybody online?
Yes, I have 4. Let's see. Kyle Johnson.
Hi, Kyle Johnson, a resident of District 1. I'm an aerospace engineer, and I ride my e-bike occasionally to work, to get groceries, and for recreation. I'm grateful that the City Council is not going to be implementing ordinances like Hermosa Beach and Manhattan Beach, because I think those ordinances are unnecessary and have a chilling effect on getting people to ride bikes. I love riding around the South Bay. It's a lot of fun. I am always sure to follow all the laws and be responsible. One thing that has not been discussed about this issue that I think could be really helpful would be to build more Class 4 protected bike lanes. So that would be bike lanes like we have along, like by the harbor and along the Marvin Broad Bike Trail. If the concern is the interactions of cyclists and people, and we want to discourage those interactions, like we want to get people off the sidewalk, and we want to get people into the street, we have to make safe space for them in the street. And the best way to make safe space in the street would be to build bike lanes that people feel safe riding in. And Class 4 protected bike lanes are basically the gold standard. for safe, for making people feel safe and getting people out of contact with pedestrians. So yeah, basically that's the thrust of my speech is I would encourage us all to build more protected bike lanes and to create network effects that would allow for more people to feel more safe riding their bikes, and also to limit the interactions of cars and bikes, and also to limit the interactions of people and bikes. This would also allow more people, this would also decrease the amount of traffic in the South Bay because you get more people on bikes and you get less people in their cars, meaning that this would benefit drivers, pedestrians, and cyclists, not just cyclists. And that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else?
Let's see, Brianna Egan.
Hello, hi City Council. I'm Brianna Egan, District 1 resident. I'm also a medical student and a public health advocate. I just want to speak to commend the city and police department as well as the school district for your proactive approach to education on e-bike safety. I think it's really clear that a lot of the measures that have been taken to promote education and safety for young people has been effective. I think I also want to just echo the benefits that we all know of promoting bicycles for transportation, providing a sustainable option, promoting health, and also relieving traffic on our roads. And so we should be doing everything we can to promote that safety and mobility through infrastructure improvements. People on bikes are considered vulnerable road users. And this includes people of all ages, teens and seniors, and we have to make sure that they're safe on bikes. And we see from studies that when you do make the infrastructure changes and add protected bike lanes, that the streets become safer for all road users, including people in cars, including people walking on the street as pedestrians. And so we do hope to see more of that separated class 4 and designated bike lanes for people to use. I do want to point out regarding enforcement, I have a friend of mine who commutes to her workplace in El Segundo via e-bike from Redondo Beach, and she recently was ticketed at the pier near the parking structure. And then she noted after she got the ticket and then she continued on, she was nearly hit by a car that was coming out of the parking lot of Captain Kidd's. And so I think that this kind of illustrates, it's anecdotal, but it illustrates that if we are going to be stepping up enforcement of bikes, we should also step up enforcement of vehicles. Because as we know, when we look at the data of traffic fatalities and examples of people who have been killed on our streets in recent years, it's always due to a vehicle striking somebody on a bike or a pedestrian, and it's never a bicycle killing a person, right? And so we should understand the threat that vehicles pose. So I just want to share that. I want to encourage the City Council and staff to continue building Class 4 bike lanes on major arterial roads so that people can safely get around and implement traffic calming measures. Thank you.
Thanks, Brianna. For those who don't know, Brianna was the advocate that started our community garden at Alta Vista. So appreciate her public service there.
Okay, next person is Liam Walsh.
Hello, yeah, my name is Liam Walsh.
Yes, we can hear you.
I live in District 5 and I use my e-bike to commute to work and run errands around the town. In my household, we were able to downsize from 2 cars to 1 with the help of e-bikes, which ultimately saves us money. So I think there's something to be said about e-bikes being a real car replacement and not necessarily just a toy for rich kids. I definitely applaud the ongoing efforts of e-bike education through the police department, and I do share the viewpoint of Chief Hoffman that state law provides sufficient legal framework for enforcement without the need for a Redondo-specific ordinance. So I wanted to speak separately to some relevant city laws and infrastructure needs regarding bike use in general, including e-bikes. One thing that was discussed earlier is biking on sidewalks. This is prohibiting that is something that can definitely increase pedestrian safety, but that comes at the expense of bike safety. As if you're on your bike, you're forced to choose between riding in the road or taking a circuitous route to avoid major roads. In Redondo, we have a lot of convenient north, south, and east-west routes like PCH, 190th, Aviation, and Artesia, all of which don't have any bike lanes on them. So if we were to do a sidewalk ban, you have to basically ride in the street or find another way around. I think this is a bit of a false dichotomy though, because we can have both pedestrian and bicyclist safety if we have dedicated protected bike lanes that help separate bikes from pedestrians and bikes from cars, and it all, by separating your different speeds, you just end up with generally more safety. So I would urge the city to work to eliminate these like pedestrian, bike, and bike vehicle conflict points by building protected bike lanes throughout the city. Because I'm not in favor of a ban without a real solution, and I think like e-bikes are a surge in mobility that's here to stay, and we should view that as an opportunity, not just a problem. The one other thing is regarding the vehicle code. I think in the attachment, it was cited that you need to stay as far to the right as possible in the lane. In the vehicle code, there are a handful of exceptions, which basically apply to every street in Redondo, where if a lane is not safe enough for both the car and bike to share, then the bike can ride in the center of the lane. And personally, I have a lot of close calls with cars passing me if I'm not in the middle of like the right-hand lane. So I think that's something that would be good for the police department to note as in the education programs, that you do need to ride in the road. That is the safest way to do it, and it's not illegal. And riding really close to the edge is pretty dangerous due to doors, debris.
Okay, sir, I'm sorry, your time is up.
By. So thanks for your time and keep up the good work.
Thanks. Anyone else?
Next is Grace Pang.
My name is Grace Pang. I live in District 5, and like Liam, our family, once I bought an e-bike and started using it it's my primary mode of transportation now, my family was able to get rid of a car and help alleviate the parking problems in North Redondo Beach, because an e-bike helps solve all sorts of issues. And one of the things I learned in biking around is just how many motorists are breaking the law. I mean, I think that e-bikes are a new thing, and people are afraid of new things because they're just not used to being around something that behaves sort of like a vehicle sometimes, sort of like a pedestrian sometimes, sort of like a cyclist sometimes. And I remember when cars were new, bicycles were the primary users of the roads in the United States, and people had a hard time adjusting to cars as well. So, and like I'm the same person, whether I'm walking or I'm taking a bus or I'm riding my bike or I'm driving, I'm the same person. And by being multimodal, I'm watching out for people on other modes. So I really encourage my other neighbors to try an e-bike so that they could be more cognizant of the dangers that we face when we're out on the street outside of a car. And like my e-bike is expensive. It costs thousands of dollars. And I know I have a friend that has one that's even nicer. His payload, his cargo payload is half of a Tesla Y. Like just one cargo e-bike, one of the expensive, strong ones, can safely carry as much cargo and as many people as half of an SUV. And so I just want us to be sure that we understand that these are that these are vehicles and that they're carrying humans who deserve to get home safe and sound, and that we're all very careful around them. And that, like I said, like a Tesla Y is the most popular car in our neighborhood and in California, and it costs 10 times as much as one of the expensive e-bikes. And so if we want to go after someone because they have too much money and they're breaking lots of laws, then maybe we should go after the two cars I saw today that ran a stop sign at Blossom and Nelson or at Ringe. And I also want to say, or the ones that are using illegal tint, so I can't tell if they're about to open the door and knock me into traffic. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
No Zoom, but we have 3 e-comments.
Okay.
For the record.
Okay, with that, we have a motion and a second. You have a follow-up?
Real quick, so for the police department, so one of the questions I've gotten a lot of is follow the lead of Manhattan and Hermosa, and going over in fact, one of the speakers just talked about it. So everyone knows, and police chief, you can back me up on this, looking at your slide, everything was congruent across the board. And from the Daily Breeze article here, this last June, last year, Manhattan Beach City Council adopted an urgency ordinance to enforce 15-mile-an-hour speed limit on the beach bike trail, ban e-bikes from sidewalks and pedestrian-only roads. It also required riders be in marked lanes on streets, abide by traffic signals, and yield to pedestrians. Manhattan Beach also okayed fines, $500 for the first violation, $750 for the second violation, and $1,000 for each subsequent violation with 1 year of person's first citation. Hermosa did essentially the same thing with and fines for businesses being $250, $500, $750. So we already have these laws on the books for us, for sidewalks. We don't own our bike path. Manhattan Beach owns the upper walk path, not the bike path, I believe. And so we would only be able to have similar, where we already have these laws in place for our Harbor Drive and in the parking garage, correct?
Right, and we have the sidewalk ordinance, it just needs to be posted. So any sidewalk that the council decides to post, that ordinance is already on the books.
Okay. How did they, I know I'm going to get this question, how did Manhattan Beach get the fines of $500, $750, and $1,000?
Council decided to set it at that.
And those were because those were local ordinances?
Correct.
Okay. All right.
Is that it?
Thank you. That's it.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to call the vote. We've been on this for an hour and 16 minutes, so all for?
Aye.
Anybody opposed? No. Okay, thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, now going to item N2. This has 4 separate parts. So I'm going to ask the council, as we deliberate this, we do them in the 4 separate parts, since there'll be 4 separate actions.
I'm not sure we want to do that.
We're not going to pass them en masse because we have to provide direction on each individual one.
Why couldn't you do that and pass it all en masse? Why couldn't you provide direction?
It would be messy. So I'm going to call it by each one.
Because of the delay in comment, but I
Yeah.
understand your point.
I'm not going to delay, oh, you mean too many comments?
Yes. We had this problem before.
So we'll do the 4 with motions, and then we'll open it up to the public.
Can we do that?
Yeah,
Sure, okay.
this is America.
Well,
I don't think it works exactly that way, but.
Yeah. Okay, so let's go.
Yeah, you can have the public speak on once per item and agenda item, and then you can take separate votes on
Yes.
the subsets within
Yes.
the item.
Okay,
that's fine.
so let's go through N2. Is there a presentation to go with this, or?
Yeah, we have a presentation. So we're back, well, this one, we're back with, before we start the presentation, I just wanted to let everyone know that this is related to 3 ballots going on to the November 5th election. And the first one is the bond, the second one is related to Article 27, and the other one is the school board. So Lucy, if you can, I guess I have to do that. And so, so this is regarding calling the election, requesting to consolidate with Los Angeles County, and submitting the next three measures. So let's go ahead on the next page, please. Okay, so this is for the submitting measure issuance of the general obligation bonds. At this point, with the and was included from the direction from the city manager. And that.
Just blue folder this way.
Well, I didn't blue folder anything because we were just trying to, we're doing it right here.
Okay.
We're doing changes right here, amendments right here.
So any motion that you should make, such as I have suggested ballot question on the next item, your motion should be referred to what you see on the PowerPoint.
Correct. And so here we added the ands, and it comes out to 74 words. Yes, and the limit is 75.
Ask a question?
Sure.
Why generating approximately 6.28 million?
It's a requirement.
What does that mean?
That's the annual, that's the assessed value annual total aggregate amount that would be used to pay off the debt service associated with the issuance of the bonds.
Okay, but it could be in one tranche or it could be in multiple tranches.
It could be in multiple tranches, and this would be a figure that could potentially occur over 28 years, could over 30, depending on how we issue the bonds, how they're called, et cetera. So that's a requirement under our current ACA 1 and historic bond procedures.
But if we're not limited to 6.28 million?
No, we are not. This is an estimate based on our municipal advisor's current valuation.
Okay, so part of it is principal, part of it is interest.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, and then, so what we'll ask you to do, actually, the next PowerPoint, please. So we would like council to review the resolution, which relates to the title, which you just looked at, and then just to let you know that Exhibit A, which is the ordinance that was approved from council, and then Exhibit B is the tax rate statement. Just to make sure you were able to review that. You can't, the ordinance has already been approved. The tax rate statement was provided to us from an outside.
Our municipal advisor, it's a perfunctory requirement under bond consideration.
Then the other thing is for Section 8, which is related to authorizing council or someone to do the arguments for, in favor, and provide those names today, now. And then also 3 choices for a letter designation for this.
What about for rebuttal?
For rebuttal?
So if somebody challenges that the author, there's usually a response to.
So you got to have an argument for and an argument against.
Right.
And then you'll have rebuttals.
Right, so do you
But
also.
if you have an argument for, then there's no rebuttals if I don't have anything else.
Do you also authorize authors for the rebuttal part?
Ahead of time.
Is it the same
Should there be an against?
I don't authorize, okay, so
Does the council have to designate someone to respond to
arguments against?
the against?
Correct.
No.
Okay.
So what happens is, if you look at Section 10, so if somebody turns in a rebuttal, an argument's against a voter, an organization.
Sure.
Section 10 gives me the priority as how I would do that if I receive more than one.
Got it.
And then I think that's it. So that's, I don't know if you have any questions for this ballot so that I can.
Councilmember Obaji.
By Exhibit A and Exhibit B, do you mean the stuff you've showed on the screen here?
No, so it's attached to the resolution. So that's like 10 pages.
It's the ordinance that you just adopted.
Correct.
It has the whereas statements that speak to some of the facts associated with the facilities, speaks to the ACA 1 requirements.
Okay, page 615 of the agenda packet.
Correct. And it's also attached.
Okay, while we're waiting on this, can I get, it looks like you wanted to continue to talk. Sure. Go ahead.
I'd favor a designation of either PS for public safety, FD for fire department, or PD for police department.
I'm fine with any of those.
I was thinking PS, FP, or PF.
FP?
Those are the
FP
exact
is in
three I came up with.
Fire, police, police, fire.
Yep.
So I'm guessing we're going to get PS because it's possible that somebody else could do it, but
So
I don't know. Would you say FD?
FD, fire department?
You
Because
like police out.
FP is like, fire police, I suppose, if you have a campaign. But yeah, maybe the police would feel miffed if.
Well, you had both ways, PS and
FD.
Yeah, PS, FP, PF.
Okay, that's fine.
Is
I
that
think
cool?
that's a good idea.
Okay, so which
Okay,
one first?
Before we do,
PS,
PS,
PS1.
Right, I got that one.
PS first,
Okay,
FP second,
and then
PF third.
okay.
Yeah.
How about the authorizing the authors?
but if I may, on the letters, very quickly, I just want to know if the city manager who's been quarterbacking this thing has any thoughts at all.
Yeah, we came up with similar options. The only other one that I thought about as well is Measure S for safety, just something that would be simple.
I thought we exhausted single letters.
That's pretty.
It's per ballot. There was no additional suggestion beyond those three plus the one I just mentioned.
Or RB.
No, we did that for the one we did before for
Measure
the
D.
DD. That was one of the three alternatives.
ERB.
Oh,
LC.
was that
Yeah.
alternative?
So, I think they're all viable.
Okay, how about authorizing authors? Any,
I'd like to do it if that's okay. And then I'd work with Councilmember Kalijorovic
and myself?
and yourself, if that's okay.
Sounds good.
Is that good?
Anybody
Okay.
else? Okay.
Includes the mayor, is that what
The three of
I'm
us.
hearing? Yeah, okay.
Lowenstein,
Yeah.
Kalijorovic, Mayor Light.
Okay, great. Okay, so the next,
And then approve the ballot language for the briefing.
bring back the ballot title, please. Just go back one. So are we okay with this?
This is better than what we had originally because there was some problems with parallel construction in the way it was worded.
Yeah, I'm good with it, too. I think it's fine.
And
Okay.
The consultant,
Yeah, the original draft was prepared by our outside consultant along with our legal bond counsel, and we thought we might have been bumping up against the word count. I went back and looked at it, worked on it with the clerk's office and attorney's office, and we had a little bit of wiggle room. We were able to add 3 coordinating conjunctions here and so.
wonderful.
Councilmember Baji.
Maybe this is commonplace in this ballot question writing, but why the slashes rather than commas?
Well, your commas imply something slightly different. This allows you to combine phrases without having to
Word count.
add additional ands or ors or it's.
Firefighters, paramedics, police count as one word, or those are 3 separate words?
It's 3 separate words, but you can skip now the
Or
perspective
and.
and or that might come
got it.
with it. Yeah, this is a technique I've learned.
Cool.
Yeah,
Okay.
it bothers my sense of grammar, all of these do, but if you read it carefully, it still works, and I think gets the point across.
Okay, can I get a motion on that one?
Okay, I would approve. My motion would be to approve as written. And then also to designate myself, Councilmember Kalijorovic, and Mayor Light to write the argument. And then the designation would be, first would be PS, second would be FP, and third would be PF. Measure.
And you're adopting by title only resolution number CC-2408-064?
Correct.
All right.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, so now let's skip to the second one.
Okay. So let's go. Okay, so the next one is related to Article 27. The first one was what I provided in the original last week and this week. And then the city attorney reviewed it, and this is his change, the one in the yellow. And that is 73 words.
So this is not a blue folder item, this is it right here?
Right. It'll be as amended.
And that's correct. The city attorney reviewed it, approved it.
Can we have a moment of silence to read it?
Yeah.
Yes, I wrote it. It's a suggestion for you all, but the council controls the ballot question.
And that's the only thing we need to approve on this one, right?
Right, I just wanted to.
We did the letters before and the
Right,
authors.
right. We just wanted to confirm and
So just,
sure what it started.
just this
Yep.
wording change that came in.
We said DD, right?
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
What was the letter? The letters?
DD, RB,
RB
and LC.
So it can be DD again, right?
Yeah, I mean, we
Hold
don't.
it, go back, go back.
Please.
Go back. Oh.
I'm a slow reader. I'm talking to.
And you guys are talking.
DD, RB, and what was the third?
LC.
LC for local
See,
control.
Okay, that's right.
To an amendment or to update.
Go with this.
Now, are we right at 75 with this?
73, you have two more words.
Can we put something like required amendment? You know what I'm getting at?
I do.
Mandatory?
It's problematic in that,
How about to a state mandated amendment to or update of the housing element?
you can do whatever. There are,
What's the problem with state mandated?
let me look at I want to make certain that there are no unintended consequences of this.
No pressure.
I got a quick question for Eleanor while we're doing it.
Sure.
What's the word limit? Is it 300 for
For
the
the arguments
arguments?
for and against, yes,
Yes.
300 words.
The proper nouns
I
are
can send you
counted as
the-
one
And I'll
word.
be bringing that up in one of the slides.
Thank you.
Because Lucy got it for me.
16th, I believe. I have a draft.
Okay.
I'll let you review it.
Should we move on to the next one and let you read through this, Mike?
We don't actually use that phrase in the proposed amendment. We carve out that it doesn't include to any amendments or updates that aren't made in connection with the required housing element update. We don't use that phrase, and I'm loath to get into shorthand that someone can then attack.
So can we say then to a required amendment? Since we use the word of required? Or you're more comfortable with what's here?
I'm more comfortable with here, but it's not my choice. You know, the problem is we're specific about what it has to be required to meet in terms of what it doesn't apply to.
Okay. All right.
Do you, Scott?
But, you know, if you feel that's more accurate, then you can put that. It truly is the council's decision. I just thought the initial effort was harder to read for the voters. It was more specific as to which subsections were being modified, that sort of thing. But it's up to you unless someone challenges it, and then it's up to a court if a court feels it's not inaccurate. So if you put does not reply to and change it to a require amendment or update of the housing element, that I suppose covers the exception that we put in there. So, yeah, go ahead.
Non-substantive suggested potential changes. Shall the measure be adopted amending the Redondo Beach City Charter sections relating to major changes in conformity with a ruling? Should we change that to conform with?
So we had that, and the reason I changed it is it's on appeal. And so there's an argument that, so
right.
like, because the problem is,
Yeah.
right now, we have a vote. And,
You understand?
Okay.
All right. And we get how many words, how many characters?
75.
And
and
word, how
this-
many?
73?
Does proposed charter change amendment count? Charter amendment count
So I
as?
believe the clerk
counted it.
counted it in all of them. I looked at taking it out to give more words, but then the problem is you're going to you use it in all the other ones.
Yeah.
And I don't want it to
Stand out.
and then people go, oh, people didn't realize this was a charter amendment. So.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. Another non-substantive question, comment. For ease of reading, should we number the two items we're looking to change? So shall the measure be adopted, 1, amending the Redondo Beach Charter, and 2, changing the requirement mail to mailed?
I like that, but then you couldn't put the word required in because you'd be at
Run out of words.
76.
All right, good point, thank you. And then commas, an amendment to comma or update of comma?
Make any non-substantive, this is sort of like the city manager gives you the budget.
Yeah.
I'm giving you a proposal, you don't,
Right.
you know.
But that
Yeah,
wouldn't add
except
a.
he gives it to us in advance. I'm just chucking dirt, come
But
on.
the punctuation wouldn't count as a word, right? We could add commas.
I'm glad I included the first slide for the next item, so I'll leave it at that.
Commas
It's
don't
funny.
count as words, punctuation doesn't
No,
count as words.
those are questions for the clerk. They're responsible.
Commas are not counted as a word.
So those are the only two things I put out there. I'm not advocating one way or the other. Should we number it for ease of reading? 1, amending the charter. 2, changing the requirement. And then do you want to put commas, amendment to, comma, or update of, comma, just because it's so long, easier to read grammatically?
It makes sense to me, and I think the only, 1 and 2 make sense. If we were at 72, I'd say you could do all 3 of those. It's a problem if you want to refer to the exception, that it be a required amendment.
Well, let me put it this way. If we don't put it in there, it's still specific enough in what we wrote that
Yeah,
that's
it's
not
what-
part of misinterpretation.
It's the charter that is the law, and that's why we include the charter amendment with the strike-throughs and everything else in what the voters get.
So
I do like the 1 and 2. I think that's easy for voters to understand the changes personally.
can you have it
Longer
on the fly so
sentences.
we can see it?
What do you mean?
Remove this.
You want to
so I
put
can
it,
make the change.
type it in?
Remove what?
Just so, so we can see the,
Okay,
You
but
mean a number 1 or a Roman, a little numeral 1?
1,
Yeah.
parenthetical 1 in the middle, parenthetical number 2.
Sure.
Easier to read.
okay.
That's going to make the preceding bond measure look really confusing when this basic sentence written in prose is broken out into 1 and 2.
Well, that's a good point.
The bond thing is going to look like a mess.
Okay, well, that's a good, potentially really good point. So
Okay.
But there are specific requirements, and that's why we use bond counsel, and we looked at.
parenthetical, open, 1, parenthetical close.
go down there and just
In
show
front of
it.
where?
I do, but I won't.
Where, Council Barrett?
The measure.
Yeah, a
Right there?
parentheses
That's
instead of a
bracket.
Parentheses.
Go.
No.
No, you just put a quote. Parentheses, the rounded ones, not the brackets, the square one.
Is that where you wanted the 1 there?
No,
Yeah, that's what I thought.
No.
it's in front of
So
amending.
what, if that's okay, and I'm gonna have to sit there for that slide. Okay, where,
Time to go back to typing school.
Control Z, Control Z.
where do
In
you
front
want
of
the one? In front of what word?
Amending, so in front of, between adopted and amending, paren, open, one,
Close.
space, and then, thank you, and then drop down in front of changing. Little to the left, yeah, same thing, except put a 2 instead of a 1.
Open friend.
Yeah, I know, it's,
And then after Amendment 2, in the fourth line from the top on the right, insert a comma, Amendment 2, comma, or update of, comma.
Yeah.
I'll say it again, I'm not advocating for this or anything, I'm just putting it up there for review.
I hope you're advocating for it. I'm typing.
Typing
I'll
this.
make a motion and not vote for it.
All right.
Are you abdicating or advocating?
Just for consideration.
So we're at 75, Madam Clerk?
Okay.
We added the 2 numbers, so.
But no and.
70,
What?
We just added 2 numbers.
75. Yes, we're at 75.
Okay.
Sounds good. I endorse this.
Yeah.
Any other changes before we go?
Before we do, should we all just take one last read through this?
I mean, we
Make
have
sure
been
we're
reading
good.
it.
Does your commas change anything to semicolons later? Do your commas change anything to semicolons?
Looks good.
So the only thing I would change on that is that last comma at element should be a semicolon.
Should be grammatically.
Wait, where?
After draft housing element, semicolon,
Yes, semicolon.
to separate the 1 and the 2.
That works.
Okay,
Yeah.
can I get a motion?
Yeah, I will. I just wanted to just confirm with our clerk that you see any issues, problems with this? Chief Deputy Clerk.
All right.
All right.
Yeah.
Motion,
You want to save that?
motion to adopt by title only resolution number CC-2407-062. This ballot language on the screen right here, designate Councilmember Nierenheim, Mayor Light, and myself to be the authors of the proponent statement, and designate the letters, you said LC?
DD, RB, and LC. It's on the screen.
RB, oh, okay, got it. There you go, those ones.
DD.
All right. I'll second that.
Did we get a second?
Yeah.
Okay, we got a motion and a second. Okay, let's go to the next one.
Okay. There we go. Okay, so our next one is the proposed charter amendment related to the Redondo Beach Unified School District pertaining to section 16.1. Board members related to remove the language without compensation except necessary expenses when acting as a designated representative of the Board of Education as provided in the Education Code of the State of California. That was related to the letter that we received from the school district.
So before we get into this, is the school board satisfied with this wording, or
Yeah, that's what.
we're putting you on the spot?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, so he didn't come to the mic, but he said, yes, the school board's good with this.
Oh, I was going to say, and there'll still be additional coming back for March per the referral that was made.
Regarding reimbursement of expenditures?
Yeah, which is
Okay.
probably we can't do, but potentially removing them for the election section and seeing whether or not that would place the onus on the school board, give them the choice of when to do it, but place the onus for paying for it. But that's not a change in status. This arguably is from going without compensation to potentially getting compensation.
This
So
must be on the November
it's good to have it on the November ballot.
Okay.
Okay, so the next slide. So we'll need to know who will be doing the arguments for. Or
Does it
who-
have to be a city council member?
No, you can direct whoever you'd like.
Okay, do you have a preference,
Can you come
And
up
please
to the
come
mic?
down to the mic
Yeah.
so we can.
We do have some names in mind. We have not determined the final list of the names.
Well, we have to put some names on there.
I will consult my leaders in the back room right now, and I'll provide that for you.
Okay.
Or you can put school board members as determined by the school
And we,
board.
Sure.
Are those the people that you are thinking
The
of?
organization, yeah, you can put the organization to,
We had, the list includes the board president, Raymer Flynn, as well as additional community members. We wanted-
community members or board members?
Community members, the people that reside in Redondo Beach.
Can we just say designated by the school board?
If we didn't,
we need just one author, so it could be,
Raymer Flynn.
yeah.
Raymer Flynn, and then she could
good with
choose
that?
the other
choose.
ones.
You can,
Yes, sir.
I'm putting you on the spot.
Yes, Mayor.
Okay. And what else do we need on this?
a letter designation.
Do you have any preference for letter designations?
Well, we're going to ask for RB, but you already took that one, so we'll take that one's up. We do not have a preference.
How about we could put it in, and then if it gets consumed by the other ballot measure, then now we have to fall back on something else, right?
Let's do a little bit later, so I can come back and if we can, maybe I can put something here that just designates.
How about SB for school board, BE for Board of Education, and then,
RB?
or ED?
Oh, yeah, ED. There you go.
Okay,
For education.
so SB.
Say it again. And
ED.
SB as Sam is in boy and boy. BE for Board of Education. And ED for education.
Okay.
Or SC
We'll do
for
that.
school.
Do you know what the designation you all made for your school bond is? What the lettering
The
is?
last one was, well, we have not decided on that one. We're contemplating R after Q.
Okay. Okay, so I think we got the three elements, and you're satisfied with those?
Yes, Mayor.
Do we want to do ED or?
Yeah, just go.
Yeah.
What's
We could
that?
do SD for school
I think
district.
ED makes it, it's
Don't overthink
most
it.
intuitive.
Let's just do SD for school district, I think.
Instead of ED.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay,
For-
so did you get those?
Wait a minute. Are we still with SB, DE, and ED?
D is in dog.
B is in boy, E is in Edward. Board of Education.
Yes,
You
I got
S-
BE.
SD.
S is in Sam, B is in boy, that's the first one.
Right.
B is in boy, E is in Edward,
Right,
and then S is in Sam, D is in David.
that's right, okay, C. S.
May I suggest an S as in Sam and D as in Davis in school district?
Yeah, that's it, that's the third one.
That was the one.
Great.
Can we make that the first one?
Yes.
You want to make
You want to do
that
that the first one? All right, that's fine. Flip them around that,
And
SD
You're
and then
satisfied
SB.
with that?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, can we get a motion?
Okay, then.
Oh, do you need
sorry.
something else?
There's one more resolution that relates to requesting the county to include these ballots. So
Yeah, that's a separate.
We
that's the
need
next
a
one.
motion for this one then.
Okay, yes.
Get a
you need
motion on what we just,
Motion to approve, adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2408-065. Approve the ballot question. Did we see the ballot question?
yeah, it was up on the
All right.
previous slide.
Authorize the author, school board president Raymer Flynn, District 4, whoop, whoop. And go, next slide, please. What's the last thing? Oh,
The designations.
designations of SD, ED,
BE,
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 SD is one, SB is second choice, and BE as third choice.
sure,
That's fine.
yes.
Yeah, I'll second that.
Okay, so we have a motion and second, and now our last one, correct?
Go ahead. Before we get to the last one, I just wanted to, those that are the authors, arguments for cannot exceed 300 words. And they can be changed if you turn it in. It can be changed, but as long as it's changed by August 16th and by 5 p.m. And then tomorrow I'll be submitting the forms to the authors so they can start creating their 30 words, 300 words, and then also getting 5 authors to sign, or excuse me, support their statement. And then the other thing is, there is another, I put it on the blue folder regarding, there's another addition that's added to the election code, which actually starts in 2025, but the county is actually starting it, which is, per the blue folder, you can actually add 5 names, 125 characters, or groups, organizations that support or the opponents. So, and it's right on the ballot question. So they have the opponents, the support, opponents, and then you have yes measure, and then no measure.
You said 125 words.
Characters.
Characters.
Correct.
Total.
Yes.
Yes.
So you can abbreviate.
And I showed an example, the county provided us an example, so, but we can go further into that when I speak to you with it
So that's in
tomorrow, so.
addition to the 5 that can
Correct,
sign.
that sign.
5 can sign, and
And
then
then you can
5
have organizations that support or sponsor.
Correct.
Or oppose.
Correct. That will show on the ballot.
I
where
think
it
it's
said ballot
strategic
title.
in some of these. So.
Right. Okay, and then if there's an argument for and against, then there'll be rebuttals, and that's 250 words, and that'll be due August 26th. And I'll have those forms also, and then the impartial analysis, I will be sending, I will be directing the city attorney to create the impartial analysis, and that'll be due August 26th by 5 PM.
Can you get each of the authors that we've listed the rules like capitalization and bolding?
Oh,
and-
you'll get, I have a packet that I create.
Perfect.
So it'll have the resolutions, and it'll have the information that the county, the forms, the word count, things like that.
Okay, thank you.
I'll have that. And then the next one, the next slide, I think these are all the resolutions. These are the adopted resolutions we would like to adopt as amended.
Okay, so you need a resolution to,
No, I just need, so you've already motioned the
Right.
first 3.
Right.
And then I need the first one to be motioned also.
I'll make a motion to adopt resolution CC 2407-061.
Correct.
okay, so we have a motion second. Okay, now we'll open it up
Correct.
to the public for public comment. Anybody in the audience wish to speak to any of these items?
Hi, this is Andy Porchap. I just speak so you don't think that nobody cares. I just want to speak on the bond measures. I'm reading this Redondo Beach paper, the Easy Reader, and you guys are up against competition. So this health district at South Bay City Health District or whatever, they're gonna put $30 million on the ballot. So the people has to face your bond measure and the $30 million extra. The only thing I don't like with these bond measures, by the way, because, if I wanna buy something, I have to make a loan, a big purchase like a house, I have to put down money and I have to pay it back. The bonds I don't like because this is the same thing, except you borrow the money and I pay it back, or the taxpayers pay it back. Anyhow, I just want to tell you good luck with it, hopefully the people think real deep about it because they voted for the school bond measures in Torrance, and I pay like $600 a year, extra property taxes. And guess what? They did not pay it back yet. They did not pay it back there. They paid $30 million for child molesters, teachers, and so on, and I'm still paying the school bonds. So I hope the taxpayers and the citizens are smart enough to make the decision for themselves, and I hope you pay it back on time, because I would like to enjoy that $600 every year on myself, buy some Starbucks coffee or Slurpees or whatever, Thank you very much.
Thank you. Anyone else from the audience wish to address items? Anybody online?
Nobody online and no e-comments on this one.
Okay.
Okay, go ahead.
So we'll go to the first motion. That was on, which one was that one? That was on the bond measure.
We
Okay.
do all of them together? We could.
Yeah, okay, let's lump them all together.
Yeah, can you put it back on the slide?
Go ahead.
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
Okay, if nobody wants to separate them out.
Last one,
The one with
last
all
one.
4 listed.
There we go.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have motions for each of these. So I'm going to call the vote on them all en masse. So everybody for?
Aye.
And no one against, correct? Okay. Unanimous. Thanks for doing it that way.
Got to read.
Okay.
I
Adopt by
understand.
title only, resolution number CC-2408-064, a resolution of City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, calling and giving notice of holding a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, ordering the submission of a measure to the qualified voters of the city, placing a measure to approve the issuance of a general obligation bonds to finance municipal improvements, projects constituting public infrastructure of the city of, on the November 5th, 2024 ballot, requesting consolidation with the statewide general election and setting procedural details as amended. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2407-062, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, calling and giving notice of holding a special election to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, consolidated with the Los Angeles County statewide election, and ordering the submission to the qualified voters of the city of a measure relating to Charter Amendment Article 27, major changes in allowable land use sections 27.2, 27.4B, and 27.6N, H and I, and setting procedural details as amended. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2408-065, a resolution, City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, calling and giving notice of holding a special municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 5th, 2024, consolidated with the Los Angeles County statewide election, and ordering the submission to the qualified voters of the city of a measure relating to Charter Amendment Article 16, Redondo Beach Unified School District, Section 16.1, and setting procedural details as amended. Adopt by title only, resolution number CC-2407-061, a resolution of the City Council, City of Redondo Beach, California, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to consolidate a special municipal election to be held on November 5th, 2024, with the statewide general election to be held on the date pursuant to Section 10403 of the California Election Codes for proposed measures as amended. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Mayor, if I may, can I make a motion for a short break, 9 minutes, returning at 8:46?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second, all for?
Aye.
No.
Despite that face over there.
No.
I'm not.
So it passes, so 9 minutes.
Here.
Councilmember Barrett. And
Here.
Mayor Light.
Here. Okay, item N3,
So I'm going to take this.
runoff elections.
We're going to take the start and try and give the outlying positions that you have to select from. And then the clerk will go through, and essentially you have 4 choices tonight that you have to make. One is no charter amendment, and that the ordinance that you have to pass either way, because we won't know if the voters will approve this, and you have to approve it, I think, August 20th, for the instant runoff voting. That's the election we're going to have come March, period, and you don't propose another charter amendment. You can choose a charter amendment that gets rid of instant runoff and replaces it either with our old system, which is a runoff in May, or a plurality of votes, like is the default in the state election code and we use for school board members, or some other system. Or there's more of a middle position, which is it's not ready yet, and we delay the effective date until a future specified date. And in the meantime, you put in some system in its place. The charter amendment that was written doesn't have to be that, puts the runoff in May back in. So I thought of a way so that.
Wait a minute, before you, so no matter which one we pick, we still have to have a fail-safe.
Yep. And that will be on the 20th. You only have to decide charter amendment, yes or no tonight, and which, if yes, which of the charter amendments. So I was thinking of what would be, and please accept this in the spirit which it's intended. It's not to motivate you either way. They're just the 2 slides I thought of. The first slide I thought of when I was, for the second time in 2 years, drafting charter amendments for instant runoff. So this would be the position of, the first slide is, we just went through this. The Charter Review Committee voted unanimously to put it on the ballot. The city council at the time voted unanimously to put it on the ballot. The voters approved it by a fairly wide margin. 77%. And so this would be the first slide.
Oh, God.
Wait,
That's me preparing the charter amendment.
I thought this was campaign finance reform.
You have a good memory.
Thank you. It's been around for a while.
Never seen this movie.
Today. So that's the first one. Now, the second one is, all of the above is true, but the council was tasked with coming up with an ordinance 2 years ago. And as the council dug into the ordinance, you met in January and talked about it. And I think the council essentially decided, well, ranked choice voting is the only one we can use now because it's the only one where the equipment is certified. We don't have a choice. And as you looked into ranked choice voting, you discovered it wasn't what you thought it would be at the time. And several of you mentioned that I might have voted differently, you might have voted differently. And so this was the thing, the clip that came to mind.
You were the chosen one! It was said that you would destroy the Sith, not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
So that, I think, depicts in a way that people can without getting lost in the minutia, those are the outer extremes. And sort of in the middle is, okay, we're going to go forward with it, but we need more time. And with that, I'll turn it over to the Chief Deputy City Clerk to do her portion.
Was that in the original movie, by the way, that said ranked choice voting?
For your,
It's in the director, it's in the director's cut, I believe.
I was going to do this.
Do you have a summer clerk working on your video edits for you?
I have a daughter who's a
Nice.
professor at Notre Dame Law School who did that for me. I'm
Teaching interesting things here.
Impressive.
So we have also Hart, who's a representative for the equipment on the line. We also have, it's ranked choice, well, Karen, who is from Hart, and then we have Rosemary, who's from Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center. So if you have any questions related to.
Question for the city attorney, please, related to your opening. A question we posed last week that you couldn't answer for us was, and I thought we'd have the answer today, is does our charter permit the city to conduct a star voting election, assuming all other conditions are met?
Well, there isn't an answer to that. So there are a number of factors. First of all, the council would have to decide, is star voting an instant runoff voting system? Because it's a requirement that the system be an instant runoff voting. There are a couple of other problems. Our charter refers to, adopts in our ordinances that refer to adopting the election procedure in the California Elections Code. The California Elections Code requires one of two things. Either the equipment be certified by the Secretary of State, and the clerk can speak to that, but I don't believe that any machine is certified to do star voting. There is a second provision, and that is a pilot program, and there are like 10 criteria. And so there's no way for me to answer that at this point. And that isn't tonight's discussion. That would be the discussion in 2 weeks. And even that, it may require another, another ordinance allowing us to do that, or doing it by hand voting. And
So one other choice we could have that you didn't necessarily mention is that we could provide direction to put a charter amendment on the ballot, let's say in March, just to clarify what we intended in the first instance, which is anything other than a delayed runoff will do for the city, including star once that's certified. But the current link, we wanted an instant runoff voting system, right? So we could have flexibility to do either star or RCV if star became certified. As it turns out, the way the language is crafted, it doesn't even permit us to do a star voting.
Well, it depends. Is star voting instant runoff? There's no way of knowing. There are people that make different arguments on either side. And if we pick a pilot program, a non-certified machine, we can do that, I believe, as a charter city. But there could be legal challenges to our election where we're not following the state election
Star
code.
voting is more accurately probably described as majority preference voting system.
Right, and in our charter amendment, and so that's the thing is, there's no way of answering that, but we don't need to decide that part tonight unless you want to. And the previous council direction was clear from January, which was come back with an ordinance for ranked choice voting. And so if you want to put that charter amendment, that language, you could in November so that it covers the March election. But that we're focused on the charter amendment in case, to try and, if the council wants to avoid the dilemma that you're in, you have time, you either, for one example, you delay it. And in the meantime, as other systems come up that maybe aren't instant runoff systems, you could then propose charter language that would be applicable. But even the argument in favor talked heavily about ranked choice voting, you know? And so it was just, anyways, but that's the reason why that you have to decide if you're going to do a charter amendment tonight. And to the mayor's point, you have to pass an ordinance for an instant runoff voting system in 2 weeks in case you don't put a charter amendment on or the voters say, no, we want the instant runoff voting system.
Why wasn't the ordinance brought today too?
Because you don't have to decide today.
All right.
And based
on.
on.
Bring it last week, so it could have been on the agenda again today.
Why is the date different than, say, the other one? It's August 20th versus, say, wasn't some of the other charter amendments we just talked about?
No, the charter amendment.
The charter amendment has to be today. The ordinance doesn't have to be today.
ordinance doesn't have to
And
be
that's
today.
why it
For this
was,
next
it
election.
didn't come back. Because, like, you can decide, I want to do this, and we can, I want to use star voting, and then we can have a full-on discussion of whether we believe that would constitute an instant runoff system and how the clerk is going to count that. But there is still further research. So for example, talking about the ordinance, there's a provision that a lot of cities have that speeds up the voting process, which is if there are 7 candidates and candidates 5, 6, and 7 all combined have fewer votes than candidate 4, you eliminate 5, 6, and 7 at one time. The language is kind of confusing. I don't know that the voters will will understand it, but it does speed up the process. Originally, the clerk was informed by someone from Hart that they couldn't do that. She then talked to the person who was more informed, and they can do that. So that will be an option we'll present to the council for its deliberation.
Can you say that again one more time, what they can't?
Go ahead.
So I spoke to Karen, and she sent me the program, or the actual guide that's the program to the ranked choice voting. And it states there that California can be a single elimination or batch elimination, which is related to what the city attorney had just mentioned.
So in other words, if there are a lot of candidates and we don't typically have that don't pick up a lot of votes, the lower candidates can be eliminated all in one round. So in my example, 7 candidates, candidate number 4 in 4th place in the initial round has more than the other 3 combined, you eliminate the bottom 3 at one time. But if person in 3rd place, has more than 4 through 7 combined, then you eliminate them. And I don't know that it makes it easier to understand. I think it doesn't. But originally we thought Hart couldn't do it, so it wasn't in the draft ordinance before you. Now it will be. And then you can decide whether the simplicity in counting makes up for the lack of clarity in people understand how the counting is taking place.
Okay, do we have a briefing on this, or?
So this is related to if you want to do an amendment, these are the 3 options that the city attorney had brought up. So I'm not sure this is, what you want to decide. We can go through each one of them. As the city attorney mentioned, if we need an ordinance by August 20th so that we can introduce and adopt by October 1st. So, and then I also incorporated my draft voter outreach that I did, that our staff had been working on it for a couple months. And then, which I will bring back and do a PowerPoint with the ordinance. And yeah, we have the user guide that Hart provided. And then I have, as I mentioned, ranked choice voting, the Resource Center person here online, if you want to speak to them or have questions. So do you want us to go through the options?
Option one's pretty obvious.
What was that?
Option one's pretty obvious. It doesn't have to be 2035. It could be 2030. It could be any.
Yes.
Yeah, absolutely. And I should point out that the problem with this is you don't know if it's too far or too soon. I picked 2035 because it's similar to the delay in the Article 27 effective date. And it will put it on it's far enough out that you will potentially see developments. And it's on the off-cycle election where you only have 4 candidates running. And if this year, for example, you'll have 6 candidates running, and the votes tend to be a lot higher in those. For example, with SB 415, we triggered it because of the off-cycle election, not the on-cycle election. So it makes sense if you're going to start it far enough out that there'll be meaningful change, and you do it when there are not so many races, so you can make it easier for counting the votes and people to get used to it. But it could be any date you choose if you go down this path.
We could also substitute, make it a deadline by 2035.
Well, but then, and I thought about that, but then you're putting it in place with a charter, and so you don't want to have an argument for why you're, I suppose you could put if the council adopts an ordinance after the effective date of this, but then you've got, people, you could do it. You theoretically could. It's not all that clean because people are going to look at it and think, oh, it's not going to be till 2035. You want a lot of this, there's not certainty, and you really want to have certainty with people knowing how their vote is going to be cast and how, when you're running, even though I kidded at the start, this is an important topic, so these are just 3 samples, and certainly you can I tried to capture what you could put. It's certainly up to the council to decide how to do it. You could, if you take either the other options, going back to the runoff or going to the plurality, the advantage of that is you can decide, all right, now that we know it's ready, then you can put a charter amendment on, and that charter amendment, to Councilmember Obaji's point, that could then be, okay, we want to have a voting system that contains these qualifications. So you're not hamstringing yourself. And so it has the benefit of you'll know when it's ready and you can use the right language. It has the detriment of you got to put on another charter amendment. So.
Okay. So option 2 that we see before us is the one that just goes back to what we used to do.
Just reverses.
Okay, and then what's the third?
The third was, and you can pick any sort of count, you would get rid of the runoff section. You put on person who receives a plurality of the votes cast for any office, whether it be school board or any city elected office. This is the kind of the default procedure under the elections code. I'm not arguing for or against any of this. It's just, but you could put in some other system.
Which one do you recommend?
I don't recommend.
I'm kidding.
Yes. Thank,
Okay, any other slides?
No, well,
Do we have slides? Yeah, this is just the same thing as to, if you decide you want to put a charter amendment ballot, you would need to pick which option, maybe some whereases, and then authorize authors' choice of letter designation so that I can, and then also adopt the resolution. So I think that's it, right? So if you can provide direction on what we need to do. Today's the last day to add a measure to the statewide election.
and you can discuss the ordinance if you want. It's on the agenda title and it's in your materials. It's just, you don't have to decide that.
Till the 20th. Okay, Councilmember Obaji.
Thank you, Mayor. So we came in last meeting probably surprised because this thing had been delayed so long, we hadn't heard about it. And we got hit with a lot of articles about problem cases or several, maybe a handful of problem cases with RCV, the test cases. Now, in the last week, I've had the opportunity to hear about the many more cases of RCV successfully conducting elections. And then I got to be reminded of the fact that when we have runoff elections, old delayed runoff elections in Redondo Beach, you'd have a certain percentage of voters who would vote in the municipal election in March, and then half of those residents would vote in the runoff election. And so you didn't have people getting elected by a majority. You had people getting elected by a minority and a small plurality at that. And the voters overwhelming, the council unanimously supported putting the charter amendment on the ballot, and the voters almost unanimously at 77%.
We're having an earthquake right now.
Voted, what's that?
We're having an earthquake right now.
Yeah. Earthquake.
5.7 earthquake.
Oh,
You know?
okay.
That's why things are shaking.
Yeah.
Really?
Oh, now I feel it.
I thought it was Redondo Beach shaking up democracy.
No.
Is that a sign from God?
So I am, the 77% that the electorate voted the last time we had this discussion is the clearest expression in a direct democracy of what they wanted, which is to avoid our costly runoff elections. And they're fatigued by the elections by that point. And so I will do anything to avoid runoff elections in Redondo Beach. And I don't think it's going to occur in my district. This isn't about me. I mean, it's going to occur in the mayoral election, probably maybe the city attorney election. And so I would prefer to defer this discussion until after our first experience with RCV to see how it goes. I talked to the clerk before this meeting and I asked her point blank, Madam Clerk, are you confident that you will be able to reliably count every RCV ballot that comes in? Yes. Are you confident that you'll be able to audit that the machines are counting properly? Yes. Are you confident that we will not have the problems that were experienced in these other elections? Yes. All right. And that's her expertise. You're not a clerk of a city and you don't have election conducting experience. I asked Tony Hale, who's representing the RCV folks, about, hey, I hear this guy Chesney? What's his name? Chesney. Speaking to us all the time. But if this has been successful in other cities, where are the other people from these other cities attesting to the success of RCV? And I got a list of quotes from electeds in other cities attesting not just to the success of RCV, but its success in promoting and getting elected minorities, people of color, and a diversity of people, the most diverse New York City City Council ever. And if you can share 2B, I'll put up on the screen some of these quotes. You have St. Paul Councilmember-elect and Annika Bowie saying, Ward 1's in the heart of St. Paul. We ran a race with a heart to serve everyone, no matter their gender, race, income, etc. This election brought out historic turnout and a wide range of choices on the ballot, thanks to ranked choice voting. Oakland Mayor Libby Schaaf, using ranked choice voting rather than traditional voting gives us an easy-to-use system that saves money and improves voter turnout. Berkeley, our alma mater, location city, Mayor Jesse Arreguin. There are many reasons to like ranked choice voting.
Splendid.
More women and more people of color are elected. It saves money and people's voices are heard. All right? And it goes on. New York City council members, 3 of them, and one person even tested Mara Wiley. She finished 3rd in the RCV race for mayor of New York City. I lost the NYC mayoral race, but women and minorities win with ranked choice voting. All right, so I have no reluctance to heed the vote of the people when they said, use this system, use an instant runoff system, and then see how it goes and decide from there whether to put anything on the ballot. I also don't want to put, we want to take that back on the ballot at the same time as we're asking for $93.5 million for public safety infrastructure. That's it. Thanks.
Okay, so you mischaracterized some stuff there. When we have a runoff election, it's the majority of the people who chose to go out and vote in that election. It's not a plurality. It's the majority of the people who go and take the time to run in that runoff election. People who voted can get excluded in the rounds, and no matter how you count this, you can get people excluded in the rounds. So if you take the total number of people who voted in this election and you go down through the process, you can end up with not a majority, and that's why one of the reasons the ballot argument was written so clearly that it even tells you there that it may not be the majority of the people who voted in that election because you exhaust votes through the system. Second, while I agree with what you said from Eleanor's perspective, there's something that ranked choice voting you can't rule out, and it's happened twice in the process so far, and that's what they call a Condorcet person getting forced out of the election, and that's somebody where if you took the first and second rankings and you ran that against the opponents, can get eliminated from that election, and it's happened twice. Happened in Vermont and happened in Alaska, and we have had, and I do not know enough of the details to know our current auditing system would catch it, but there was one in California where an elected official took office for 3 months and then was found they weren't the one who won the vote, and it was a researcher that actually found that out months later. So whatever auditing system was in place at that time didn't catch that miscalculation of the voting. So, and this is not, we've run these kind of elections with runoffs. That's the way most communities run their votes. There's not that many. If you look across the record of the United States on voting, ranked choice voting is relatively unused comparatively, and yet we have some major failures. Now, I'm not going to say I distrust the whole system. I just think right now it's confusing and it's premature to put in front of the voters, and we're doing this at the last minute. I know that if you had put on the ballot, we're narrowed down to one ranked choice voting system, I would have changed my vote on that. I voted for instant runoff system. And that, I think the majority of people go, yeah, who wants to go do 2 elections? But when you get down to the details of the implementation, we're funneled into one single choice because of the certification, unless we can get a pilot program, we're funneled into one single choice. And, as someone who was in the military and holds dear that our votes are one of the fundamental, foundational elements of our democracy, I hate to put it to voter confusion and failures that we've seen in other elections. And I just don't think this is ready for prime time. We will be the first one in LA County to run this. We'll be one of, I think, 4 in Southern California to run this. This is not a widespread system that has been fully wrung out and tested. And we're going to run it on, our own machines here. So, and we have to set rules that have to then get programmed in. So I disagree with the way you characterize some of this. Councilmember Narenheim.
Thank you, Mayor Light. Yeah, I agree with a lot of what you said. Councilmember Baja, I respect what you have to say on this, but there's been a lot of studies regarding disenfranchisement of people of color and women in the ranked choice voting. And, putting all that aside, can you share my screen, actually, 1A real quick? I just want to take us back for a moment through the history. When we put this on to, hopefully got it queued up at the right time, I want to show that this is what we were talking about and leaving the door open for. This was a discussion back in December 6, 2022, when we were putting this onto the ballot, and we were just talking about the ballot language item. Councilmember MD, District 5.
Ranked choice voting is,
Hold on, let me get my thing down, hold on.
Onto your computer.
I'm concerned about us just being limited to just the program of ranked choice voting. And I was thinking that we should change it to implementing ranked choice voting or similar instant runoff voting system. Just because instead of, I don't want us to, if the future councils want to change the voting system, I don't want them to have to come back and do a charter amendment. And I understand that there'll be an ordinance that will explain this all, but I just want to offer that up to council on that.
I like that idea. I'd change the word similar to other, because what is, you have to define what similar is.
You just say instant runoff.
No, instant runoff?
Just instant runoff instead of ranked choice, and that way it can be implemented later.
Well, let's look at what it says. It says,
Instant runoff voting would be good. Ranked choice is that, right?
Yes.
And that way you don't lock into ranked choice.
Ranked choice, yeah.
So charter of the city of Redondo be amended to eliminate runoff elections for elective offices of the city and to require the city council to adopt an ordinance implementing
instant runoff
voting for elected offices of the city instead.
Yeah, and it could even say instant runoff voting, comma, including ranked choice voting for elective offices of the city instead, but that complicates it.
That complicates it.
Right.
I'm okay with that if the city attorney is okay with that, but because right now it says implementing ranked choice voting, comma, also known as instant runoff voting for elective offices of the city instead. So I don't know if that accomplishes the same thing or not.
So the eventual language that we came up with was an instant runoff, made it plural. An instant runoff system. And, you should put it back. Hold on, I got one more thing to show off here.
Okay.
Show it here. So this is San Francisco's definition from ranked choice voting guide, a guide for candidates for elections, going down to, let's see, a few. Right here. Is ranked choice voting the same as instant runoff? In San Francisco, ranked choice voting, the department uses the term ranked choice voting because the word instant might create an expectation that final results will be available immediately after the polls close on election night. But the term instant runoff does not mean instantaneous reporting results. No need for separate runoff elections. And that's what we're getting at here is a separate runoff election. And one of the issues here with ranked choice is that the ICs, we can't do an election night tally because that's going to start skewing the results right away. We're going to put all the ballots together into one pile, but yet when we do our 1% tally, we can't take out the ballots. We don't know where the ballots are coming from, what precincts. Not accurate, right?
So, okay, so election day, we'll have ballots probably 2 days before election because they've been verified. And then the rest of the ballots that come in, because we have to wait for the ones that are postmarked from the post office. We take those ballots, it takes a couple weeks, so we have to verify signatures. And then we do the final on 2 weeks later. Then the next day, we do the manual tally. So just so you understand the manual tally, what we do, and we actually do more than 1%. So, and we did it this way to make it easier for us. So each district has 2 precincts. So on election day, we have 2 boxes for each precinct, which match with the report. And then on the final, we have those ballots counted, and we have 2 boxes. So we have 4 boxes for each district. And then we do a random drawing for each of the districts, because we have to, per the election code, we have to do a 1% manual tally. Well, we don't figure out what 1% is based on the total votes for the district, because we have to tie it into a report. So what we do is we pick a box. We do a random drawing and pick a box for the precinct per district that are running. And then what we do is we hand count. So we have 3 people there. One calls the ballot, who voted, or what the candidate was chosen, and the other 2 people strike tally. And then every 10, we sort of confirm that we're still on the same. And then we verify that what was hand tallied was actually what was on the report. So this will take a little longer, because then the ones you eliminate, you would have to now do the tally for the second ranking. And you go on and on. So
Right.
that's, but.
So let me ask a question real quick. So let's say they don't match.
Correct.
Is it one vote doesn't match, you're done? You say it's not a good election?
Oh, no, we have to go all the way through. And then if there's a vote that does match, we figure out which one it is. And then we also have the batches that is scanned into the system so that we can compare. We've done that numerous times on every election we have. We compare it. Sometimes the voter's intent didn't come out right, but it's like 1 or 2 ballots.
And you believe the way you do it, you'll catch an algorithm error?
Correct.
Okay. I'll turn the floor back to you, sorry.
No, all good, thank you. That's what I was going to ask. So to follow up on that, City of Oakland, when they did their tally, their 1% count, they weren't able to catch the voting error, and the incorrect candidate took office.
Yeah.
And that was because they didn't have the ability to go through the ranked choice voting multiple ballot ranking system. So as you go through the system, right, you're throwing ballots out. So you don't know what ballots were actually accepted.
Well, why wouldn't you know which ones were? Because the ones that are eliminated, you go to the second ranking. So I'm not sure how you would miss it. I don't know what they did to understand why they couldn't, what happened. I don't know what happened there because I don't know what the situation was.
Okay. It was brought up tonight about the different tabulation methods tonight. We didn't know that the company we were planning on hiring to do ranked choice could do certain items. I think right now we just need a backstop moving forward. We put a choice onto the ballot for a delay, and we work out when that delay should be, because I don't want to, we're arguing right now, we're not arguing, we're working out the ordinance right now as we're going forward. I want to be able to test this system that we have in place, fully understand it. It's far more complicated and far more rules that have to be programmed into the system that we have to interpret first and put on paper first. I don't have, so I'll end with this. I called a lot of voters up in San Francisco, actually. I know a lot of them up there. And they all came back to me and said very simply on our conversation was, yes, it's very confusing. Yes, we're not quite sure how exactly it works. We know we put down our ranks, but we're not sure if we just put 1 or 2 and if these ranks actually get chosen. And a lot of these voters, or some of these voters I talked to, are very much involved in the politics of what goes on. So they're very much knowledgeable of the systems, and they've been using it for a while, but no one could say that they were very comfortable with it and that they fully understood the whole process of how ranked choice worked. So like when the speakers came by last week, and we've had a lot of other issues in other cities. I would rather see these issues be taken care of and us put in a delay, honor the vote of the people to move forward. Because after going through 2 elections now, one with a runoff, which was an extra 3 months, a whole other campaign, it's a lot of work. The second, I did not have to have a runoff. But at the end of the day, this is the most core part of what we're doing up here as elected officials. And the process needs to be completely transparent and auditable by a third party, clear and concise. And I'm not getting that right now out of this system. What I'm seeing right now is a very convoluted, very complicated process. And I don't have the full trust in the system right now to be able to move forward and say to the voters, I trust this with your vote moving forward. And this is new for us. This is completely new for us, this vote, or this system. So I would backstop. I know the city attorney saw my addition to the blue folder item regarding the different methods for star voting doing, right? So we can come back and talk about that next week, in 2 weeks. But I think just to be safe, we need a backstop right now, just to be sure that what we're doing is the right way, because we shouldn't be taking this lightly. This is not a simple action. This is the most core. We should be spending a lot of time on this. This is the most core part of what we do. And yes, it's expensive, and I get that. But I'll just say right now that, would we rather be spending money on our elections, or would we rather be spending money on other things? And our elections are the most important thing that we deal with, how we get our elected officials up here. So yeah, those are my thoughts for now. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Lowenstein.
Thank you. Listen, guys, 77% of people voted for ranked choice voting.
No, they instant runoff.
No.
Instant runoff.
Instant runoff. Okay, they
Which
still
ranked choice is not.
May I finish?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry.
Did the middle of my sentence interrupt the beginning of yours? They voted for instant runoff. Are we going to tell them that they were wrong? No. Basically, that they don't know what they're talking about? Listen, ranked choice voting has been around for 100 years. And when yes, 100 years in other countries, and 20 years in this country, starting in San Francisco in 2004. So I'm not sure who you're talking to. If they can't get it after 20 years, I don't know when they're going to get it, because it's not super complicated to vote and rank who you like. It's that simple. Listen, there's been 700 plus elections using ranked choice voting. It's not like there's been 2. It's not like, all of a sudden this just started. And the League of Women Voters wholeheartedly supported this. That's their whole reason for being, is to encourage voting and participation. So I'm not sure they're going to vote for something that is half-baked. And it's pretty hard to get through the state of California. They have only approved ranked choice voting as the only form of instant runoff. It's not like they just decided all of a sudden, yeah, let's just give it to them. It takes millions of dollars to get this passed. It's, and I defer to people that know a lot more about this stuff than I do. I'm not a statistician. I'm sure the state has statisticians working for them. I'm sure they have election officials and clerks they've talked to over and over again. And they did this. And plus, runoffs favor people with dollars. If you make it through, you need dollars, and raise dollars. It favors big interest. Like Zane said, this encourages a broad spectrum of people, whether it's women or people of color or whatever, to run for office and not have to raise tons and tons of money, whether they're women, men, whoever. We want as big of a participation as possible. Now we're getting to the point where I don't know what the participation level was in some of these runoff elections we've had, but they were pretty small. So, Eleanor and her team's been working on this for quite a while. And if this doesn't pass, we do a charter amendment and it doesn't pass, instead of 7 months we have now to educate people, we're going to have like 3 to do this. And so, I think Zane's right. You put this in front of voters, they're going to go, not just about the bond, they're going to go, well, when are you going to change the next charter amendment that we're voting on now? Because you're undermining the faith of people that their vote counts. And, listen, I understand what you guys are saying. I understand your concerns. I understand about the Oakland race, the school board race. That was a human error, not a machine error, from what I understand. Yeah, there's anomalies in just about every election. Just go and Google voting irregularities or voting problems, people not getting ballots. Look at lines in Georgia at the last presidential. There's problems. Our election, we don't have national elections like other countries do, where they work it out. We've got state elections, we've got local elections, and there's always issues. I guarantee you, if you don't think there's issues, then you're under a rock, you're living under a rock. But if it's been used for 100 years and people are still using it, and it's used for 20 years in California and the state certifies it, I don't see the reason to rush this. The time to have this discussion was in January, not in August, when we're about ready to hopefully conduct elections in March. And I get what we're saying, but I think we're late to the party. And I think, I understand wanting to count every vote and the right person to make sure that the right people that receive votes are elected. But I haven't seen massive fraud, massive things. I've seen anomalies. And that's going to happen in any election, I'm telling you, whether it's a plurality or 50% plus one, whatever it might be, there's going to be issues. And so, and in terms of, the video, I agree. We all agreed that we all wanted to go to instant runoff. And I think what Laura said is actually right. You don't want to handcuff a future consul. And that's kind of what we're doing now. Because you said, well, I want to learn more about it. Well, you and I are going to be off consul in about 7 months. And we're not going to have a vote. And so, I almost think that we've committed to this. The voters have committed to it. To go back again and say this and then ping pong back and forth, it doesn't look very good. And it doesn't speak well of us respecting the voters' will. Sometimes that's what democracy is. Sometimes you get things wrong, but a lot of times you get things right. And I'm very nervous about overturning something that almost 80% of people have voted for, especially at this late hour. So that's where I'm at. Thank you.
Well, first off, we would not be overturning what the voters wanted. The voters would be overturning what the voters wanted if we put it on the ballot. So it's not up to us, it's up to them. Second, what we put in front of them, what I read as a voter, because I wasn't a member of this council.
No, you were not.
Was an instant runoff system, not the instant runoff system.
This is the only one that's.
RCV. Well, that's the problem. No, if you'd have said, there's only one, and that's what we're going to go with, I would have voted against it, because I never want to be roped into one, or I would have done a heck of a lot of research on RCV.
You're saying you know better than the rest of the voters that are out there right now that have voted 77%.
I don't think the voters dug into
Jim,
it.
you could rehash things over and over again and say, no. allow
You're
me.
saying that the voters voted basically for RCV. That's not true.
No, they voted for instant runoff.
And I
this
want
is the,
instant
happens
runoff,
to be the one that is certified.
Yeah.
And we knew that when we were voting. We
I
didn't
did
know
not
that
know
this,
that.
we didn't, well, you weren't voting. We were to put this on the ballot.
I voted.
No, to put this on the ballot is what I'm saying.
Yeah, you knew it. The voters didn't. I guarantee you that my wife, my daughter, our neighbors, they didn't know that.
That speaks for everything, a lot of things we decide up here. A lot of times voters aren't
So
as.
put it in front of the voter and let them say whether they want to go with ranked choice voting. Now that you've narrowed it down to the only one that they can use.
And what you're going to basically go out there and say, well, we didn't do our homework, we weren't so sure, and that 77% of you that voted for instant runoff.
I'm going to say, I will say exactly what I just told you. The voters were not informed that that they were being roped in to one system only. That's exactly what I did. Yeah.
No, they had a choice whether they wanted to do it or not.
No. You did not inform them that that was the choice they were making.
We said
You said and. You didn't see the. And you didn't say RCV.
Jim,
RCV is
the reason
is and, but they.
You're missing the reason for instant runoff.
No, I'm not.
I think you are.
No, I'm not. I like instant runoff. I don't like RCV.
Well,
I think there's other ones out there that are better, that are less confusing, and that disenfranchise, not exhaust fewer votes.
We're not complying with the election code.
I was wondering though if the consultant that is for ranked choice voting is available.
Yes.
Could speak to these concerns.
Okay. So I have Rosemary Blizzard. Here you go. There you go.
Hello.
Hi, how are you?
I am just fine. Good morning from North Carolina.
Oh, good. Beautiful country, beautiful area.
It is.
I'd like to ask you what anomalies you've seen in races. Our mayor and other folks have brought up there's been anomalies, and I understand that. What are you seeing? What's the satisfaction level for the most part? I realize that some places are not, like Burlington, Vermont wasn't very happy. I think Boulder allows it. What's the general satisfaction level of cities that allow ranked choice voting, or states? Because Alaska and I think Maine does as well too. What's the general satisfaction level?
So we've seen a lot of exit polling of voters after they have participated in a ranked choice voting election. And overwhelmingly, it's anywhere from 75 to 80 plus and upwards % satisfaction with the process. They find it easy to navigate. They find it easy to make their decisions about filling out a ballot. We just really have not seen any sort of mass dissatisfaction with the process over the last several years. And I've been doing this for about 6 years as with the Ranked Choice Voting Resource Center, and I spent 16 years as an election administrator in North Carolina on both the local and state level. So I have administered both plurality and ranked choice voting elections as a career choice. I don't want to, I am not the advocate necessarily. I am actually more interested in our role as the resource center is to help elections administrators who are tasked with implementing ranked choice voting elections, helping make sure that that process stays open and transparent. And certainly we would be available to your clerk as well as you for any information that you need or want about ranked choice voting, how it works, what it looks like, what it might look like in Redondo Beach. But I can't speak to the nuances of the definition of instant runoff voting. Is that ranked choice voting? Is it not? That's not something that I get involved in. So I'm probably not a big help on that particular thing. But I can tell you that in the 6 years that I have been working with ranked choice voting as my career, I have not seen anything that indicates that voters are dissatisfied with their choices and the use of ranked choice voting. It's just, again, the exit polls overwhelmingly say that voters are satisfied with it.
I have two brief questions. One is, are there any pitfalls? And the second thing is, have you seen anybody gaming the system with running multiple candidates or whatever it might be?
I guess pitfalls is how you look at it, because you could have candidates who are not successful at a ranked choice voting election blame that maybe they would have been successful in plurality. Maybe they would, maybe they wouldn't. I'm not a clairvoyant on that issue. I have not seen a true gaming of the system. I have seen people choose not to like it because they can't figure out how to game it.
Well, do people do game
honest.
regular elections too? They run multiple people and they draw votes from potential opponents by running multiple slates of people. So, I mean, it happens in both, whether it's plurality or runoff, 50+1, whatever it is. I mean, I think it, so you're saying in your experience, again, you and I have never talked before.
No.
You're saying that in your experience as an election administrator and in the 6 years you've been doing ranked choice voting, you think it's a good system, you haven't seen any major dissatisfaction, and that the pitfalls that have been written about are overblown is kind of what I'm hearing you say.
I do think so. I've looked at some of the articles that were suggested to you guys as this is a reason not to do ranked choice voting. The ballots in New York City that made it into the first results, that's election 101. They did logic and accuracy testing. They didn't take the logic and accuracy testing ballots out before they put in the next results. That had nothing to do with ranked choice voting.
Well, fortunately, we have a very knowledgeable clerk, so she won't be doing that, right?
Yeah, we know what to do.
Right. And
I'll let anybody else that wants to ask questions.
I do have a question for her.
Go ahead, Councilman.
If I may, how many cities, if any, have taken on ranked choice voting and then subsequently repealed it?
There have been several. Generally speaking, the move to repeal has been more the winds of political change rather than the system didn't work and we're going to scrap it. In North Carolina specifically, the law was not repealed. That's actually been incorrectly reported. The law was part of a pilot program that was allowed to sundown and was not renewed when the state legislature changed hands in 2013. I don't have an exact number, but there is a list of places that have used it and then have chosen not to.
Continue. Okay. That was my only question. Thank you.
Any other questions for the consultant online? Okay. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you for having me.
So first off, I'm going to throw up a little bit of the BS flag on this. I've heard members of this council talking about gaming theory and RCV and how many candidates you have to run. So, when I hear people up here say that, to say that there's no gaming of this, I'm throwing up the BS flag. So
I'm saying there's gaming in every system.
I don't care. There's a thought process right from the start on this about how do you game this system. And I know it. And I know that there's people outside of this that are advising people up here on how to run the next election under ranked choice voting that have talked about gaming. I've witnessed that personally. So to sit here and say there's no gaming of the system, I am throwing up the BS flag on that. You can game the system, and people try to. And we also, there is no way this process can solve the Condorcet voting problem. There's no way. The algorithm sets you up so that you can get those failures periodically. You can't get it out of the system. It's a way of gaming the system, and it's a way of people trying to think of how they can game the system that ends up biting them.
And you don't think that happens with plurality voting?
No.
You're naive.
No,
You're
I'm not.
naive about that because it happens. I've seen it happen.
When you say plurality,
Whoever has the most votes.
That's not what we're talking about.
that's not what we're talking about.
I'm just saying it happens in all systems.
We're not talking about.
I know,
I'm
but
not
you're
advocating
saying, I'm
plurality.
saying it happens in all systems.
Maybe consider not arguing with the guy who doesn't have a vote.
Okay, good point.
He has a veto.
Yeah,
more importantly.
he can't veto a charter amendment onto the ballot
He can veto moving forward.
and put us in another crisis, which he's threatened before, and I welcome that by the appointed mayor.
So I haven't thought about this until this conversation. But what the mayor can do, you're correct, he can't veto something, a charter amendment onto the ballot. He can, however, if they're subject to be overturned by 4 votes, veto any ordinance that would put it on. And I suppose it would end up, I don't know what would happen. We'd have an obligation to.
Can you not game theory this out for him so he sees a potential path?
I've already, if you think I haven't thought of it.
Yeah. I have no doubt that the appointed mayor has thought of a way to overturn the will of 77% of the voters of Redondo Beach in the 13 months
Now,
that
you
he's appointed as
mischaracterized what I
mayor.
said. I would put it to a vote of the people, and then it's not overturning the will of the
So
people.
here's a
It's
question
giving
for
them
you.
the facts. of-
Here's a question for you. How many things do you want to educate the voters about in this next election? Because there's Article 12, there's, 27, there's a $93.5 million bond, which my last poll of my residents isn't showing like it's going to pass by a 66% margin. So there's going to be a ton of education and campaigning required for that. And then we have never lost a charter amendment that we put forward to the residents. It's come with unanimous approval of the city council. This, even if you were to convince 3 people to vote for it, would not come with unanimous approval of the city council. So it's not likely to pass, and it's just going to decimate the confidence they have in the city council while we're asking for the largest investment of people's lifetimes in our city.
So I have a different view of that. I have a view that we're under the obligation to put the best voting system we can forward, not just one because we didn't know what we were doing 2 years ago.
So let the elected representatives up here carry out that obligation.
How do you know that we didn't know what we were
obligation-
talking about 2 years ago? How do you know we didn't know what we were talking about 2 years ago?
I'm telling you, the voters did not understand this 2 years ago. And I'm pretty, I take my vote
You said we,
seriously.
so yeah, I assume you meant the popular, I thought you meant up here.
No.
Oh.
Yeah. Public comment?
Okay, so,
go ahead.
is that all you had?
Yeah, thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
I want to make it very clear to the public here that the council just simply votes to put things onto the ballot, right? Whether they pass or not is up to the electorate. I didn't vote in favor of everything that I put onto the ballot. That's not the point. The point is not for me to be in favor of everything that goes onto the ballot. I put plenty of things onto the ballot for the electorate to vote on. I'm not making an opinion one way or another. The paid speaker from a minute ago from ranked choice voting, it was asked about cities who have repealed. Well, the state of Alaska is actually on the November election this November to repeal ranked choice voting because of the debacle up there. There's been many other cities, well over 20 cities, 11 cities haven't even implemented it. I just want to remind everyone that this isn't, we need to make a very rational decision about the clarity of the voting system. I'm not fighting for one system or another. I'm fighting to make sure that we have a clear system that is transparent and auditable for the voters and easy for them to comprehend and understand. That's the most important thing moving forward. And I'd rather get this right and do it correctly than just throw something on the wall and say, we think we've got it. This is it. I'm all about, especially the most important thing that we're doing up here as a government, local government, is ensure that our voting system is transparent, is clear and correct and easy for people to understand. If it ends up in a mess, if it ends up being incorrectly counted, it's going to be problems. And I'll just end with this. I want everyone to think about very heavily what happened in Oakland. There was someone who was put there for 4 months. Imagine if somebody on the city council, there's 1, 2, 3, 4 positions, I think, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 positions in this city. Imagine if a large development project comes to the council and gets voted on. And then 2, 3 months later, we find out, oh, wait, whoops, that person shouldn't be there. So I just want everyone to think about doing this correctly, taking small steps forward, not big steps, and having a backstop. The voters want us to be responsible with this. Thank you.
Can I just address one real brief thing?
Certainly.
You mentioned Alaska, and I think it's good you mentioned that. Deadline, had November 18, 2022, Anchorage Daily News. Sarah Palin first to sign new ballot initiative to repeal ranked choice voting. 12 days after she lost the election, she's the first person to sign it. That's why that's why they did it. They
did it because the Condor say.
No, if that's the case, she's the first person to do it. I smell a rat. Sorry.
The person who would have won the election under a normal election didn't even make the runoff.
Right. I disagree. Then why was she behind this?
Don't know.
It wasn't even her that was impacted. It was Begich is who I think you're talking about, not Peltola. So I disagree. I think this was heavily partisan.
And you know Newsom vetoed this local in our state.
You vetoed
He wanted
what?
to make it statewide and he vetoed it. So did Jerry Brown.
They approved it. The state approved it.
The state approved it for individual cities that chose to do it.
Yeah, and I think politicians are wrong for deciding the will of the people.
I think when the people have clarity on what they're voting for.
Can we hear from the public?
Yeah, I'd like to hear from the public.
We have a consultant here. Can you come up and address some of the weaknesses on ranked choice voting?
How about we hear from the public?
No, I'm running the meeting, Zane. Thank you. I know you don't value what I say up here, but I'm running the meeting. We called up the consultant for ranked choice voting, so I'd like to call up the nonprofit for that. Come on up to the stand, please. We have Sarah Wolk on Zoom. She would be a better person. Can we bring Sarah on?
Can I just have one clarification? Was the person we talked to a consultant, a paid consultant, or was she a volunteer?
She's a consultant with our.
She's a paid
equipment.
consultant?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Resource Center.
Yeah, it's a resource center.
Okay.
Who. One second. There we go.
Sarah, are you on?
Hello, thanks for having me.
Sure. Can you just go over, I assume you followed the debate up here. Can you cover some of the shortfalls of ranked choice voting? And well, first, give your background. Why are you doing what you're doing today?
Absolutely. So for starters, I'm Sarah Wolk. I'm the executive director of the Equal Vote Coalition. So we're a nonprofit that fights for true equality in the vote, fair and equal elections. And we do support multiple good voting methods, star voting, approval voting, ranked robin. We don't have a single horse in the race here. But I started as a volunteer and an advocate for ranked choice voting and switched positions when I learned that a lot of the talking points that are really persuasive are oversold or just factually false. So that started me down a rabbit hole of getting deeply educated on this issue. I'm now a peer-reviewed author on voting methods and election science.
Okay, thanks.
So-
And can you address some of the issues that we've debated up here?
Yeah, I think the biggest one that staff and council has been concerned about is that star voting isn't certified yet. And California election law has 3 possible mechanisms for certifying star voting. So this is not a barrier. You can absolutely, if you want to go with star voting, you can just get it certified. The 3 options are: 1, that the county would be asked to request a certification process. 2, the city can start the process to find and establish a viable vendor that can then become certified. Or the city, number 3, can pass star voting as a pilot project, which is an exception for the certification clause. And that requires that the vendor comply with a bunch of standards, including risk limiting audits and things like that star voting can absolutely do. So there's 3 options for certification. You could motion right now to start the process to get star voting certified. And that's all section 19202 and 19209 on election certification.
Do you think
So-
it's realistic to get certified by March? You want time to run a March election?
I think the pilot project could be implemented by March, but it may take a little longer than that. I think it is a good idea to pass an ordinance saying that the new voting method will go into effect not more than 1 year after the time that a process is in place to tally the elections.
Okay.
So I don't think you need 10 years. It's probably a year or 2 to get it all set up, run a voter education campaign. So yes, this does take a little bit of time. You have to start the process if you want it to be available sooner, but it's not a deal breaker. It doesn't take forever. It's not something that is a closed door.
How about addressing the weaknesses that you see in ranked choice voting?
Yeah. So, honestly, the biggest weakness is how pervasively it's been oversold. So the common claims of it won't waste your vote. If your first choice is eliminated, your next choice will be counted. Those are false. It's safe to vote your conscience. Actually, voting your favorite first choice can backfire on you. So it's really dangerous for the integrity and trust in our elections to be selling a voting reform with claims that are so egregiously false when we know that in real world elections, this stuff comes up. So, in Alaska, we had 60% of voters preferred one party and they lost. In fact, the moderate candidate from that party was preferred over all other candidates head to head, but they lost because ranked choice voting doesn't count all the rankings. So one thing that is a trend in all voting methods that we at Equal Vote endorse is that the voting method needs to count all the ballot data. And I just want that to sink in. In ranked choice voting, voters rank the candidates. And yes, that feels good. Voters like it. They assume that their rankings are being counted. But in fact, most of their rankings are not counted. And in competitive elections, relevant rankings can be ignored as well. So that's one issue. The voter disenfranchisement issues are very egregious. So one difference between star voting and ranked choice voting is in star voting, you're scoring candidates 5 stars for your favorite, 0 stars for your last choice. And if you like 2 candidates equally, you can give them the same score. Any way that you want to fill out that ballot is fine. It's valid. It will be counted. Whereas in ranked choice voting, if somebody's like, well, I like these people equally, I'll give them both first choice. That's an honest vote on the part of the voter, but it's a voided ballot that can't be counted at all. And those types of ballot voiding statistically happen at much higher rates for candidates of color, especially people who don't speak English as a first language, seniors, and lower income voters across the board. And that's been found in multiple studies around the country, including a bunch of new ones that have come out just this year. So the voter disenfranchisement is a huge issue. The oversold claims is another. Centralized tabulation, though, is, I think, the deal breaker that you are faced with. So following last week's meeting, I took the opportunity to do a deep dive of California election code and actually looked at the tally sheets, the 1% tally sheet audit protocols. And what your county clerk has described is a robust process with the current system, but with ranked choice voting, what it does is it verifies that the correct number of ballots were counted and that the ballot, that what was read is what was on the ballot, but it doesn't actually verify that the votes are being counted correctly. So in ranked choice, you're not just adding up the votes, it's not addition. And again, most of the rankings are never counted, so there's no way to know from a subset of ballots, be it early returns or precinct level counts, there's just no physical way to know which of those rankings are going to be relevant and which ones will ultimately be ignored. So an audit of those can say, yeah, the vote is what it should be in the spreadsheet, but it can't tell you that it's being counted correctly. So that is why Alameda County was unable to comply with California election code. And California election code is very specific. It's Article 5, Section 15277, and that specifies not only that you're counting, that you're confirming that the ballots are being recorded correctly, but also that they're being added up. The word tally or total is used over and over in California election code, and that is not happening with ranked choice voting. So it is our opinion, and we've consulted with our attorney about this as well, that California in general is out of compliance with auditing laws around ranked choice voting.
Okay, thank you.
So I believe that you can't legally implement ranked choice voting in Redondo Beach, knowing what we know there, because it's just physically impossible for ranked choice to comply with California law as written.
Okay, I appreciate you talking.
Yeah.
And do you have something real quick? Because I do want to go to public comment.
Yeah, one last point is we would just recommend that you pass an ordinance tonight, that you don't do a charter amendment, and that the ordinance state that the new voting method will go into effect after a new system is in place to implement it, which complies with California law. And it can even reaffirm the council's commitment to the goals of the voters, because, I mean, that's an incredible margin of voters who wanted alternative voting, who wanted preference voting, who wanted an instant runoff method. They can have that with star voting. There's no reason to backpedal. Star voting is specifically invented to address the known issues.
So I don't think that's an option.
I don't think
here.
it's
We voted for the voters voted for an instant runoff system, and we don't have an alternative for this next election. So that's the issue we're up against. So thank you very much.
Question.
Star voting is an instant runoff voting method. We just didn't like the stir voting acronym.
Did you say that was an incredible margin?
Yeah, it's a fantastic testament that voters are ready for change, and we can give them that. Score then automatic runoff. An automatic runoff is an instant runoff.
Thank you.
Is that it?
It's a better name.
Is that it for her?
Yes.
No one else has a question? Great.
Okay, any member of the public who's in the audience here wish to speak to this? Come on up, Tony.
Before I start, I know we haven't heard from any ranked choice voting experts that are on the line right now. If any of the council members would want to call on them, I would gladly wait for public comment.
Well, while you're up, why don't you?
Okay. So Tony Hale, Redondo Beach resident for more than 60 years. I campaigned for the instant runoff ranked choice voting in Redondo Beach last year. I worked with experts in the field and we presented the facts to the voters. Voters overwhelmingly chose instant runoff elections. Now we have the Equal Vote Coalition group trying to discredit ranked choice voting. They are a fringe group proposing a system that has never been used in any public election. They are not experts in election systems, and their arguments are not fully honest or based on real-world conditions. We should not allow this group to derail the will of the voters. On the other hand, ranked choice voting is supported by 65 academic experts, including 10 Nobel Prize laureates, over 100 elected officials, including 1 former president, 8 U.S. senators, and 31 members of Congress, including the League of Women Voters, support ranked choice voting. Every member of the Redondo Beach City Council supported the ballot measure for instant runoff elections in 2023. I suggest our City Council take advantage of the support and guidance of the election experts available to help our city implement what the voters have asked for. There are voters who do not fully understand instant runoff elections now, but that is because the city has not yet started the education process. A substantial budget has been set aside to educate, and there are resources available to help the city clerk educate voters. These resources have been tested in more than 700 elections across the country. Exit polls have shown that a large majority of voters find instant runoff voting easy to use. Voters appreciate the benefits of instant runoff elections and want to continue using them. There is no reason to delay. The voting infrastructure for ranked choice voting is proven and available from the same vendors our city already uses to run our elections, and we just heard from that one. The system is well tested and certified by the Secretary of State. Redondo Beach voters chose instant runoff election because it saves tax dollars, increases voter participation, gives voters more choices, and reduces negative campaigning. I urge the council to reject the proposed charter amendments and move forward to meet the will of the Redondo Beach voters. If you'd like a more detailed explanation of the issues that have been brought before the council, you can check out redondoirv.org for more information. Thank you.
Thank you, Tony. Come on up.
Hello, I'm Arn Castelline. I'm a resident of Los Angeles. I work with the California chapter of Star Voting, and I'm the production lead at Equal Vote. At Equal Vote, we advocate for better voting methods such as star voting, approval voting, or ranked robin. And I'm here today because the City Council of Redondo Beach have a unique opportunity to deliver for your voters and make history at the same time. I'm concerned about the options for the council today. All 3 charter amendment options are in direct opposition to the ballot measure that voters supported last year, and I worry that this will create confusion and undermine voters' trust in the council. I ask instead that you pass an ordinance to begin the implementation of star voting instead of drafting a charter amendment. I'm excited to see so many fellow voting activists, Tony here, participating today. I'm sure we would both prefer to have this go through an ordinance rather than confuse the public with another charter amendment. A star voting ordinance can be passed without a charter amendment because your voters have already gave their approval for implementing an instant runoff voting system, and star voting is just that. I saw a council session on December 6, 2022, and it was very clear that your intention was to keep the language inclusive of both star voting and ranked choice voting. I want to commend you for having the foresight to do that, as this allows you to pick the best voting method to represent your voters. STAR stands for score, then automatic runoff, but it could have been synonymously called score, then instant runoff. Both star voting and ranked choice voting are tabulated by reducing the field to 2 candidates and then doing the instant runoff between them. RCV reduces the field by performing many instant runoff voting rounds, which is just our plurality system over and over again, whereas STAR is always executed into 2 rounds, 1 scoring round and 1 instant runoff round. That's why STAR is sometimes called RCV 2.0. It was designed to deliver on the vision of RCV for expressive voting while also minimizing ballot errors and greatly simplifying the process. Equal Vote is also committed to help cover certification costs and help with voter education efforts. I have personally collaborated with Braver Angels to organize panel discussions, and in Eugene, we've hosted educational town halls with the League of Women Voters. And I'll say that League of Women Voters, each chapter has different endorsements. So when you're saying League of Women Voters has endorsed ranked choice voting, you need to be specific which chapter, because they're not a monolith. Please support an ordinance to begin the implementation of STAR voting. You can make history, deliver on the vision that your voters asked for, and do it all without adding additional costs to the city. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you. Any other member of the public wish to address this item? Eugene.
Please speak your name.
Good evening, members of the council, Mr. Mayor, Eugene Solomon, Redondo Beach. I'd like to make comments as a person who was part of the discussions about the instant runoff system from the Charter Review Committee, and then if I may be permitted to make comment from my own personal viewpoint. When we had these discussions at the Charter Review, it was a unanimous vote, as the city attorney mentioned. It was advocated by one of the members of Charter Review quite adamantly. And in our discussions, we often had from the Political Action Committee, Mr. Chesson, who you've heard from, and Mr. Hale, who represented the Political Action Committee, call in and make recommendations with regard to ranked choice voting. In the discussions, we wanted to have an instant runoff system and make that recommendation to the city council, which is what we did. Some of the discussions, and you've had those discussions here, and it was been brought up by the city attorney, were about plurality, because we also considered whether or not to include the school board in the instant runoff methodology at the time. And what was found was that we, in our discussions, thought that the school board essentially with plurality had an instant runoff system. And we didn't at that time wish to go ahead and sign the instant runoff, take them out of the plurality they had, which acted as an instant runoff, and assign a new system to them. Mr. Chesson had called in and discussed the idea that the school board should be included. In our discussions, we did not. School board, as you know, they have candidates, and at the end of it, the candidates with the 3 highest vote counts are the ones who are elected, essentially a plurality. So we discussed the idea of instant runoff applying towards school board, decided that the plurality was acting in that capacity, so no runoffs were taking place, which is why we didn't include them there. I would say that when we brought it to the council, it was described as the methodology, the concept of instant runoff, but not the methodology that would be used for the instant runoff. And you've had that discussion, that nuance about, well, does ranked choice mean instant runoff or not? We were very specific that it was instant runoff and not the methodology of ranked choice voting. So those were some of the discussions for context that we had at the Charter Review Committee to bring to council. If I may be permitted just another minute to express my
I'll make a
Oh.
motion for an extra 3 minutes for your own personal views.
How many?
3.
Okay.
Second.
It won't take that long.
1 minute, please.
Okay, it won't take that long. So I would say that a little bit disconcerted about some of the comments that I've heard where about how this is going to make you look to the electorate, or that you'll yo-yo back and forth. I think it's more important that you get something right rather than be embarrassed about how you'll look to the voters. So how you feel you're going to be perceived is far less important than making sure you get it right, in my point of view. The voters, again, voted for a concept, not a methodology. So it's the fallacy of sunk cost to me to consider the idea that we can't do anything about this now, that here it is. But it's pretty apparent that based on where we are in the process of creating this ordinance, it's a half-cooked chicken breast. Chicken's delicious, and how you make it is really great.
but if you consume it undercooked, it's really bad for you. So in some ways, this is not fully cooked. The ordinance is not fully cooked. I recommend the pause. I would opt for the pause to give the voters the opportunity to say, hey, we want instant runoff. You want instant runoff. Let's please do instant runoff. We want to come up with the best system for you. At this point, we haven't fully engaged that system. So just offer us an opportunity to pause so that we get the best system for you. That, to me, I agree with what was said here earlier by the city attorney, is the middle road, the best compromise, in my opinion, as a resident. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else from the public? Anybody online?
Yeah, I have lots. Okay. Kyle Johnson.
Hi, Kyle Johnson, a resident of District 1. I just wanted to speak in favor of ranked choice voting. I think that it's better than the current system we currently have. Star voting may be better, but if it's not approved by California, then I don't think we should delay implementing something that's good for something that's better. Kind of the enemy of good enough is the perfect. And I feel like if we wait to try to find the perfect voting system that everyone's super happy with, there's gonna be an opportunity cost to running elections, well, not as good as they could be. I think, the will of the voters was an instant runoff system, and the California state law says the only instant runoff system you can have is ranked choice voting. And I think the necessary consequence is that we implement ranked choice voting. I think that it's important that we ultimately represent the will of the people, and this is a democracy. And while, you may claim that people are misinformed or don't like ranked choice voting, ultimately, this is the result of the election. I think that by throwing this back onto the ballot as another charter amendment for people to vote on, you're going to be muddying the waters. You're going to be sabotaging the process, essentially, and hurting people's faith in the electoral system, and basically sending it back to them being like, well, are you sure you wanted this? And I don't think that's fair or good politics to do. Ultimately, I would speak in favor of ranked choice voting. Once again, it's better than the current system we have, and I would like to see it implemented as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next is Tom Sharon.
Hi, I'm Tom Sharon. I am a co-founder of the California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. I care deeply about making elections fairer, more inclusive, and less negative, which is why I believe the voters of Redondo Beach deserve to have their will honored and have the city adopt RCV for next March's election. I'm personally disappointed that fellow reformers, who presumably also want better elections for Redondo Beach, are choosing to attack this reform in what seems to be an effort to derail implementation of RCV. Perhaps Sarah and others hope that given enough time, they can overcome the many hurdles to implementing their preferred voting system, which has never been used in a public election in the US. I also want to say there was a lot of talk about voters not understanding that Measure CA5 was in fact for RCV. So I'd like to read the official argument in favor that was in the voter guide. I'm going to skip over the very beginning of it because it kind of just gives the history of how the city had been running its elections. Pick up in the middle of the argument in favor. An instant runoff voting system determines a majority winner in a single higher turnout election. The most popular instant runoff system is ranked choice voting. With RCV, you rank your candidates based on the order you prefer. First choice, second choice, third choice, and so on. If your favorite doesn't win, your vote still counts for your next candidate choice. Voters using RCV in Oakland, San Francisco, San Leandro, Albany, Berkeley, and Palm Desert say RCV is simple and they want to continue using it. An instant runoff voting system encourages candidates to focus on issues instead of uncivil attacks on their opponents in hopes of becoming your second choice. Measure CA5 was unanimously approved by the City Council. Please join us by voting yes on Measure CA5, the Redondo Beach Charter Amendment to allow instant runoff voting. For more information, please visit redondoirv.org. RCV, and okay, so that's the end of the argument for the ballot measure. I just want to conclude that RCV works. It's proven across hundreds of elections. The people working to stop it do not do so because it doesn't work, but because it does work. Sadly, that includes star voting reformers who know that once RCV is in place, the voters of Redondo Beach are going to be happy with it and want to keep it. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there anyone else?
Yes. Let's see. Diane Silver.
Hello, thank you for the opportunity. I wanted to address some of the claims that have been made in the discussion that's happened. There are a lot, so I will try to talk fast. The first is that with great respect for Sarah Woke, she has made some claims that are really that are disrespectful to ranked choice voting, claiming that the benefits that are portrayed are egregiously false. So her definition of egregious is occurrences that have been twice in 20 years out of hundreds of elections using ranked choice voting. The kinds of problems that she cites that makes it sound like these things happen all the time, especially the claim about the Condorcet winner. And I don't want to get into the weeds about Condorcet, but it's about having a head-to-head, the head-to-head comparison of the different candidates. Those things have happened twice out of hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of elections. And the kinds of problems that ranked choice voting solves occur far more frequently with the other methods that are being suggested, whether it's plurality voting or instant runoff or delayed runoffs, top two runoffs, or star voting. The kinds of problems that occur happen far, far more frequently. So I feel that those claims are very disingenuous. I can't give you enough, I don't have time in 3 minutes to rebut all of the claims that have been made, because this really appears to be an effort to undermine the will of the voters by discrediting ranked choice voting, by throwing as many different criticisms against the wall as possible and hoping that some will be effective. So I would really encourage you to have a study session if you really want to dig into all of the different claims that have been made, and have an opportunity to dig into them one by one and see whose information is more accurate, whose information is based on real world data. The claims that the star voting system, that the star voting advocates make, is about a system that are based on hypothetical scenarios that have been run on algorithms, because there really aren't any real world elections using star voting for them to rely on. The data that is given to support ranked choice voting is based on hundreds of real world elections. So we know how it really works. The biggest problem with star voting is that it encourages strategic voting, and it is much more difficult for voters to make their decisions, whereas ranked choice voting allows the voter to just vote honestly. The best strategy in ranked choice voting is to just rank the candidates honestly. I could go on and on about that. One other point that I wanted to dispel is the idea of majority winners. There's been talk about how ranked choice voting somehow doesn't deliver a true majority winner.
Time is up.
Motion to extend 30 seconds.
You got a motion.
Is that okay?
Second?
We did it once. Second.
30 seconds.
30 seconds.
Thank you. The rate of participation in instant runoffs round by round is higher for ranked choice voting than it is for either delayed runoffs or star voting. There are more exhausted ballots under star voting than there are under ranked choice voting, and there's greater participation rate with ranked choice voting than with delayed runoffs. So the one that delivers the closest true majority is ranked choice voting. Thank you for the time.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Next is Maricela Miranda Cabrillo.
Hi there. Good evening, everyone. My name is Marcela Miranda Caballero. I am the Executive Director of the California Ranked Choice Voting Coalition. Thank you for the opportunity. I am truly disappointed to hear so many intentionally erroneous statements regarding RCV by other electoral reformers. The misinformation being offered by the star voting advocates is a classic case in politics of slinging mud to see what sticks. And while we're on the subject, it's important to note that the last place to vote on adopting star was Eugene, Oregon, home of the Equal Vote Coalition, and it was defeated 67-33. To be clear, RCV has been used for 100 years in a range of countries around the world and in the US for the last 20 years, with over 20 million votes cast since 2004. It's used in a range of locations from large cities like New York and San Francisco to smaller towns like 24 cities in Utah and several in California to rural states like Alaska and Maine. The reason why RCV is the fastest growing political reform in the United States is because it works. It has empowered voters and given them more choice, liberated voters to rank the candidates they want without fear of voting for spoiler candidates. It has saved cities using 2-round delayed runoffs a lot of tax dollars. The ranked ballots have incentivized candidates to build coalitions and find common ground with other perspectives, and in place after place where it has been used, traditionally underrepresented communities have seen their representation increase dramatically. But no one would ever know that from the misinformation coming from star voting advocates. So why is instant runoff better than the current 2-round delayed runoff system? Former City Council member Laura MD said it best. Runoff elections are expensive and have historically been hostile. Runoff elections also tend to have lower voter turnout than the city's March general election. Using instant runoff, Redondo Beach will experience more amicable campaigns at a lower cost. Now, Redondo Beach Charter Commission studied the different electoral methods available and anonymously decided that instant runoff voting, aka ranked choice voting, is better than the current method for all reasons cited by Ms. MD. As previously mentioned, in past elections, the voter turnout is a second delayed runoff plummeted by as much as 30%, and winners would often have fewer votes in delayed runoff than they had in the general election. The Charter Commission recognized its many defects and recommended ranked choice voting. 77% of Redondo Beach voters agreed a strong mandate that should be respected and the wishes of voters fulfilled. Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Eileen Rivy.
Hello. Good evening, Mayor Light and council members. I'm Eileen Revy. I am the Deputy Director at the national nonprofit Rank the Vote, which does education around ranked choice voting, and I'm joining you from Santa Monica. Like in Redondo, where 77% of voters supported ranked choice voting, voters have directly weighed in on the question of adopting ranked choice voting in over 50 cities, counties, and states in the US in recent years. On the other hand, star voting has been considered by voters just twice ever and was rejected both times. Voters in Lane County, Oregon defeated a star measure in 2018. Advocates had 6 more years to persuade an even smaller group of voters within that same county, citizens of Eugene City, to support star and failed. The speaker we heard from earlier, the executive director of the Equal Vote Coalition, was in fact the chief petitioner of the effort to implement star in Eugene. And those voters rejected it, with 65% of voters opposing it. And that's after 6 years of being educated about it. The reasons for this rejection are not difficult to understand. Star voting is a complex system that has never been used in a public election anywhere, and there is a complete lack of compatible voting equipment and software to support its implementation. It has been used once by 2 Oregon political parties for internal elections, and they both never used it again after that one time. Ranked choice voting, on the other hand, has a proven track record across the world for over 100 years and is easy to use. One of the best features of ranked choice voting is that it does ensure that the winner has the support of a majority of voters, meaning that successful candidates appeal to a wide range of voters in order to win. Unfortunately, that is not a trait that star voting shares. Under star, a candidate can be the first preference of a majority of voters and still not advance to the runoff. This is a rare characteristic among modern voting systems. Honestly, the really only modern example that we have of where this is used and we see today is the current electoral college system, where the candidate can win millions of more popular votes, but they end up losing the election. That's the only comparison that we have in this day and age. And I respectfully encourage the council to carefully consider if they think that this non-majoritarian system is a model that Redondo Beach should be not just embracing, but in fact spearheading. The voters clearly support and voted for using the one instant runoff voting system approved for use in California, ranked choice voting, and I sincerely hope that their will is respected. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Okay. Next one is Steve Chesson.
Hello, Mayor Light, council members. I'm Steve Chesson, president of Californians for Electoral Reform, and work with your staff on the instant runoff voting ordinance. We are not a political action committee. A lot of misleading and out of context information was presented last week and again tonight. And if I have time, I want to make a few points. One, the voters understand what they were voting on. The city attorney's impartial analysis of Measure CA5 explained how the instant runoff voting system would work. His words describe the exact same procedure that ranked choice voting uses. To say that the voters didn't understand this is an insult to your voters. This is what the impartial analysis said. When there are more than 2 candidates for one seat, an instant runoff voting system allows voters to rank candidates for that seat in order of preference when marking their ballots. Only one candidate can represent each of the voters' first, second, or third, etc. choices. For all city elective offices with more than 2 candidates, all first choices are initially tallied. If any candidate receives a majority of the first choices, that candidate is elected just as they would be under the current charter section. However, if no candidate receives a majority of first choices, the instant runoff process is triggered. The candidate receiving the fewest first choices is eliminated, and the voters for that eliminated candidate now have their second choices counted. The ballots are again tallied, and the process continues until one candidate wins a majority. An instant runoff voting system is so named because it allows a majority winner to be determined in just one election. It is a substitute for a separate runoff election. That is a description of ranked choice voting. 2, as I demonstrated to your city council on January 11th, 2022, star voting can violate majority rule. It can give the victory to someone other than the person who is overwhelmingly favored by the majority of the voters. RCV does not violate majority rule. If someone is favored by a clear majority in RCV, they win. In star voting, they can lose. 3, you discussed gaming the system. It's been mathematically proven that gaming RCV is what is called an NP complete problem. You basically have to know how everyone else is going to vote in order to successfully game RCV. 4, there have been over 700 successful ranked choice voting elections in the United States since 2004. Only one had an error that was due to human error that had to be reversed by a judge. And it was because the Alameda County Registrar of Voters did not follow the best practices that your city clerk will. That same year, a non-RCV election in New Jersey had an error that was due to human error and had to be reversed by a judge. RCV opponents talk about that one Oakland error and ignore the other over 700 successful RCV elections since 2004. That's an over 99.85% success rate. Please do not approve the proposed charter amendments, and please let the city clerk get on with the work of preparing for a successful March ranked choice voting election. I appreciate your time. Thank you very much.
Next, Mike Feinstein.
Hi, Mike Feinstein, former Santa Monica mayor and city council member, and a student of electoral systems in the United States and around the world, including where various forms of instant runoff voting and ranked choice voting have been in place for about 100 years in Australia and Ireland, where its use has not been found to be complicated nor convoluted. I'm here to encourage you to stay the course with what your voters approved and not place any charter amendment on the November ballot that would change that commitment. And I say this for policy and political reasons. For policy, for single seat winner take all district elections, like for your city council, IRV is simply the best way to empower all voters to express their preferences over multiple candidates and to avoid vote splitting that comes with outdated and outmoded plurality and or runoff elections while ensuring majority winner and while sending clear policy signals from the most voters to the eventual winners, and while saving taxpayers money by not holding two elections, not requiring them to vote twice, and encouraging greater diversity for candidates who can be elected. For political reasons, don't play games with your voters. If 77% voted for a course of action, give it a chance to be enacted and don't lose credibility with those who you serve by suggesting their vote doesn't count because the council will play with it after the fact. Contrary to the suggestions by some, the use of IRV/RCV is growing and successfully in widespread use across the United States, and therefore, based upon this experience in the US and internationally, you also will be getting it right by ensuring its use. And if you do, my guess is you'll find out that Redondo Beach voters are just as smart and capable as folks in Australia and Ireland in learning how to rank candidates and elect people under this system. And they deserve the opportunity to find out. Thank you.
Okay, next person, Stephen Hill.
I just want to correct something there. Ireland does not run a straight RCV system. They have what's called proportional. So it's not the same as what we're proposing here.
Okay, he's not. Okay, so let's go to the next person. Kohler Cedarloff.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, council members. My name is Coulter Cedarloff, and I live in Riverside, California. I'm a volunteer with the California Star Voting Chapter to help progress true equality in voting reform. I'm here to show my support for a star voting ordinance while maintaining the current charter. I feel using an ordinance is the right call to preserve the will of the voters for an instant runoff voting method in a timely manner and avoid confusion. Plus, if you have to implement a charter amendment, what happens if the voters vote no on the charter amendment? The second, I want to reaffirm that star voting is an instant runoff voting method. So it is compliant with the previous charter amendment passed by the voters. This is based on the second phase of star voting where it tallies the voters' preferences between the top two highest scoring candidates. We call it automatic runoff to get the acronym STAR. However, it's simply semantics. In addition, I want to express my commitment to help with voter education for star voting. For example, I already host an online Zoom tutorial to educate people on the basics of star voting. It's called Star 101, and I host it every 2 weeks. For Redondo Beach residents, I'm happy to host dedicated meetings online and in person. Personally, I used to be a ranked choice voting advocate until I learned about the fundamental flaws in the voting method. I switched to star voting after much research because of its ease of use, simplicity, and the results accurately represent the will of the voters. First off, I love how easy it is to express my preferences. I may score all the candidates or just a couple if I prefer. In addition, I feel confident voting for my favorites because I know my vote counts, no matter how I score the candidates. Lastly, and definitely not least, I trust in the results. Yes, it's a new system, and it was designed to mitigate the issues of RCV and other voting methods. In summary, star voting is an excellent instant runoff voting method to express the will of the voters and produce representative outcomes. The same can't be said for RCV, unfortunately. I encourage the City Council to pass a star voting ordinance, and I look forward to doing my part to make the transition as smooth as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else?
Yes, Colin Lord.
Yes, hello everyone. I'm Colin, and I'm part of the California Star Voting Chapter, calling in from San Diego. I've been aware of the Redondo Beach voting reform efforts for the past year or two, so when I heard there was some hesitation moving forward with it, I felt compelled to express my support for moving forward with STAR as the future voting method. STAR delivers on the goals of ranked choice voting. It gives voters the ability to express all their preferences without wasting any of their votes, and it uses a straightforward ballot that is easy to understand and hard to mess up. The charter amendment that was passed specified using an instant runoff method. and I would argue that star voting qualifies as such a method since it has a runoff phase. In fact, it is in the name itself. STAR is an acronym that stands for Score Then Automatic Runoff. Although we refer to it as an automatic runoff, it is functionally the same as an instant runoff. Automatic simply fits the acronym better. The runoff phase is integral to the star voting method and helps give everyone an equal say in the election. Using star voting would be a huge step forward in our democracy as it offers all voters an equal voice and encourages voters to build the future together, rather than encouraging polarization and focusing excessively on our differences. With STAR, voters can have confidence that all their opinions are taken into account without worrying about having exhausted ballots or preferences that are ultimately ignored in the tallying process. The final results also give important insights into what people really care about in candidates and can better inform the current and future candidates of what is important to the viewers, which ultimately further empowers the voters. In our current system, if a candidate is not one of the front two runners, there's no way to know how many people would have liked to vote differently, but were limited by the system by only being able to vote for one candidate. Given this, using STAR would be a significant upgrade and would allow the city to move forward with the charter amendment. It would also show other cities in California just what our democracy could be. Thanks for your time.
Thank you.
Okay. That's it for Zoom. We have 11 e-comments, and they all oppose the charter amendment. That's it.
Okay,
For the record. Oh. Yeah, that's it.
Okay, Zane, is your hand still up?
Yeah, just to address Mr. Solomon's comments, I don't think I said anything about what it would look like. I do think it would undermine our credibility, and our credibility is on the line here right now in this November election. I also don't believe in governing or creating policy out of fear, especially when I see that Democratic and Republican U.S. senators have endorsed the system, and the voters have voted for it by a 77% margin. I'm willing to see it through at least one time to see how it goes, with the confidence in our clerk that she's confirmed to me she'll be able to make sure that all the votes are counted accurately, and then decide from there, rather than shooting from the hip at this last minute to decide, oh, what else should we do? Makes absolutely no sense. It's not what the public supports, and I won't go for it.
Okay, Councilmember Narenheim.
I lended my name to the list of proponents on this, and if I would have known the depth of money that was supporting this on one side versus the other, rather than just going down and pushing an agenda, really what it seems like. Because you're hearing all these speakers, that's what I'm hearing right now. And what's catching my my thoughts on this is the fact that when we discussed this, it was just supposed to be really simple. We can enact this by simple ordinance and we can move on and simple ranking, but it's not. It's far more complicated than that. And now going over these last few weeks and reviewing all the information, I definitely see that we're not ready for this right now. I think that we should put forward as a backstop, just as a backstop, a delay, and start moving forward and refine any system that we have in place, that we want to put in place, excuse me, and ensure that whatever system we want to put in place has been tested, and we can go through the certification. If we need certification, we have the right vendors, and we have the right ordinances in place. Any which way you're cutting the cake right now, we don't have everything set in stone, and we're still trying to work out all the whole systems. So my motion would be to to use, where's this, the city attorney here? Option 1. Let me reopen it up again because my PDF is not working. There it is. Well, I'm getting my.
It's got the different options.
Yeah, I need to open, my PDF didn't stop working on me. There it is. I would just go for option number 1. So my motion would be to propose a charter amendment choosing option number 1. And I don't want to go to 2035. I think what we've heard here is, well, let me ask the city attorney. You chose 2035 because it lines up with Measure DD vote that we're having.
I mentioned that. It was primarily you wanted to have it far enough out that you wouldn't be, like if you put 2 years, you're guaranteeing the next council will be dealing with the same issues. And I thought that having it on the off cycle where there are only 4 candidates running as opposed to the 5 candidates, 5 candidates, and there's a much higher turnout historically, it'd be better to start during the off cycle. So it could as easily have been 6 years as 10 years. But I don't think it's reasonable to assume you'll have any more clarity with more voting systems being certified within the next couple of years. But it could be 6 or 10. It's entirely up to you. That was just my thought process.
We talked in the beginning about changing delaying the start date from 2025 to 2035. So rather than using the word to, by a certain date.
You'd have to have other language, and we could do that. What would trigger that going on? Because you're going to have to do an ordinance anyway, so it can't be the preparation of an ordinance. So what would be the triggering if it's by 2035? You know, that's the problem with that language.
I see what you're saying. Other than saying that this is a simple, that the council has an ordinance in place that meets election criteria, state election code, and is certified and has hit certain thresholds.
Well,
again, can't put that into the city charter.
Well, you could. It'd be tough to come up with all the things because we've had different conversations. We're a charter city. We could theoretically do that, but you're going to invite lawsuits about that. Some of the attachments are what one of the speakers mentioned, the state election code that requires it be certified unless you fit within a pilot program, and then has very specific requirements for the pilot program. If you're looking to have clarity and clear, what's going on, I just think it's better to either reverse course and then come up with a new charter, or come up with a specific date that, because remember, the first part of this is putting back in the traditional delayed runoff system.
Right. All right, so then I'd rather get this going sooner than later. I understand the concern of what you're saying with 2025, 2027. I think it makes sense for 2029. 2025, 2027.
2031 would be.
2031.
Would be the next off cycle. So 2 years is too short. If 10 years is too long, 6 years, it would be the medium. So it'd be 2031.
Yeah, I don't mind 2029. I'm open to amendments for if I even get a second. So I'd make a motion to propose a charter amendment, option number 1, use the date of 2029, and come back with an August 20th meeting regarding
We're
ordinance.
coming back with it either way.
Either which way?
Yeah, we have to, because, well, if the date is correct that you have to have it in place by October 1st, you have the 20th, and unless you're going to have a special meeting on the 27th, that would be your last day.
We're running out of time on the ordinances to begin with.
Yeah, that's why I'm saying it has to be in place, so I can work with the contractor so they know what's in place.
Right. So we have an issue with the ordinance to begin with, so we need a backstop. So yeah, that would be, so I guess tonight, we're deciding whether or not we want to put this onto the ballot for
Whether you
November.
want the charter or not the charter.
I'd rather have an insurance policy in place. So I'll keep my motion simple, utilizing option number 1 to put that on to the November election for 2029, as changing the 2035 date to 2029.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second? Okay, it sounds like we don't have a second, so that dies on the floor. Is there any other motions? Oh, did you have something?
If I may, Mayor.
Sorry.
Thank you. With your indulgence, I just had a couple questions for our city clerk. Thank you. So for our city clerk, is the ranked choice voting system that you presented last week, or a variation of it, the only instant runoff voting system that is or will be available and certified for use in time for our March 2025 elections?
The ranked choice voting, yes, it's already certified by the Secretary of State. That's the question you're asking.
That is the question.
Okay,
The one that was presented last week,
correct.
that's the only one.
Yes, that I know of. Yes, there is a list of vendors on the Secretary of State, and ranked choice, besides the regular voting system, ranked choice voting is the only one in California.
When you say the only one, the only instant runoff voting system in California.
The only other method that's ranked choice voting.
That's it.
That's it.
Okay. And Madam Clerk, do you have full confidence in the reliability, the accuracy, the fairness, and the integrity of that ranked choice voting system?
So, I mean, I've never done a ranked choice voting system, or I've never run an election. However, there's plenty of support out there to complete an election that's ranked choice voting.
And do you have full confidence in that?
I do.
Okay. With respect to star voting, I like and appreciate the idea of thinking of other methods of ranked choice voting. My central issue with star voting is it may not be consistent with our charter, section 18.4 as amended. And specifically in the automatic round, there isn't actually a subsequent round of voting as required by the charter. It's just a relook at the initial round of votes and a retabulation. So in my opinion, I think it would be in violation of our current charter. So I can't support that. And then with respect to the charter amendment that was approved with a 77% margin in 2023, not that long ago, that requires instant runoff voting. You know, candidly, I may or may not have been in favor of that, but ultimately the voters have spoken. And at this early point in time, I haven't heard anything here today that justifies postponing, let alone changing our charter on that issue. So for those reasons, Mayor, I'm not inclined to vote to put a charter amendment on the ballot for this issue. Thank you.
Okay. We have no motions on the floor, so I hopefully this thing dies. So,
And then we'll-
Motion to receive and file, and
We'll come back on the 20th, please. If you have any questions for the clerk's office or my office on, you have the draft ordinance. We'll have one additional section that other cities use just because, as I mentioned before, now the clerk has found out that our equipment can do do multiple eliminations.
Batch elimination is what it's
Yes.
called.
do we have to wait till the 20th?
Yes, because next week we're doing
Oh, that's right,
interviews
that's right.
for,
The interviews, yeah.
yes, the
No,
conditions.
I got it.
I wasn't done with the motion, no.
Okay.
And kick this discussion, a discussion on a charter change to permit star voting out a year.
To have a
what?
discussion in a year about star voting?
A discussion a year from now about whether to amend the charter to permit, clearly permit, other forms of instant runoff or instant tabulation of preferences voting.
So you want to have a discussion next August of whether to
Sure. I
propose?
just don't want to get lost, and then they come on the next election, and
Well,
and then their star voting actually gets certified by the California Secretary of State, and people say we want to do star voting, and then you say no, it's unconstitutional. It's
Well, I'll say
unconstitutional.
three things. One is you're not necessarily trapped into ranked choice voting for all the future because you can amend the ordinance. If there are other systems that become clear are different instant runoff systems. And they read part of the impartial analysis, but it also used instant runoff system in quotes, and it talked about how it would work will be determined by the council
that's fine.
ordinance. The second thing I'll say is you'll have to remember to do that because I won't be here, so I won't be bringing anything back in a year.
Got it. All right. So change the motion to motion receive and file.
Second.
Okay, all four?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay.
Any against? Was that 5-0?
Yeah.
Okay.
Once again, I've lost my, there it is. Okay, any city manager items?
Yeah, I'll be real brief. Two things. Yesterday, we launched our online application portal as part of the Community Development Department process. So if you get a chance building community, feel free to take a look. It's at the department's website, their homepage, and it's there's a tab right in the middle at the top there, and it's described as online application portal. You've got to enroll in the program, you got to sign up, and then proceed from there. So that is launched and active, so we're pleased with that. And then some of you have asked.
Thanks for doing that, by the way.
Hey, thanks to the Community Development Department team, Mike Cook, Finance for working through all the issues. It's a really big thing to come online.
press
I'm going to
release.
pull out the permit just because it's on now.
Should do a press release.
Go for it. We actually did. We have some information getting out. We actually got a note to all the development community who is active in our area. So we're getting the word out.
Keep the innovation coming.
We will absolutely. We will absolutely. Last item, a couple of you have asked questions about the status of the no overnight parking signs on Lot 13. Good news, we did clear our appeal period with Coastal Commission yesterday. Signs are going up this week, and we should begin enforcing that very quickly. So that program has worked very well on Redondo, I will say. Those parking restrictions have been quite effective. So those are my two announcements this evening.
Do we have a date for strategic planning yet?
Right now, it looks like, if hopefully you're all available, because it's a regular Tuesday meeting, I think it'll work, September 10th. So we'll have our second Tuesday of the month cover it.
It's a long time apart now.
It's
Good. I may not be here the third.
yeah, it's just finding a date that works for everybody has been a real
works for me.
challenge, and our LRI consultants have been very busy as well. So the 10th right now looks to be the best date available.
But this means that you'll have all the things on the last strategic
Everything.
plan done.
Yeah, 110%.
Done, right? All right.
100%.
And then some. And we'll even list some things we did that's outside
110%
itself.
actually.
There you go.
Okay.
Actually, I wouldn't commit to that, maybe
Anything else?
96%. No, that's it, Mayor.
Okay, referrals to staff. Councilmember Narenheim.
I have no referrals. I just want to thank staff. I want to thank Public Works for they got the lights in on Topaz there. That was a huge work. It's been about, I don't know, when I got in office 7 years ago. So just Topaz. We're working on next one, going to the next one. So I really want a big shout out to staff. I should have done it at the beginning, but I'm sure you relay that. I got some pictures. And then, of course, city clerk's office for staying up until 4 a.m.
Yes.
On Saturday morning. I want a big thank you to you guys. Like, I should have done this in the beginning. I had this written down. I didn't do that. I went to bed probably around 2 o'clock, 1:32, and I was like, why is this not out yet? I must have missed something, whatever. And then I woke up the next morning, 7:38, and there it was at 3 a.m. And then Lucy reminded me, we were here for an hour to email stuff out. So big thanks, big props to you guys.
Thank you.
Appreciate
I was
that.
in Washington working together with them. So I went to 3 o'clock and then I realized that she had to do another hour's work to get it out. So thank you, also.
Oh, my God.
Thank you.
It was a lot of work.
A lot of work.
Getting all those elections.
Yeah.
It's a lot, but we got it. It's done.
Is that it?
Yeah, that's it.
Councilmember Lowenstein.
Yeah, I realize this is Councilmember Narenheim's district, but we talked about this, putting in blinking stoplights.
LED lights.
LED lights on the Esplanade between Topaz and the intersection of Topaz and Esplanade and Sapphire and Esplanade. I think those two intersections, those were the ones, right? I think.
I don't know. We talked about it. It was came from a buddy of yours.
Right. There's a lot of big problems on those two intersections, people nearly getting hit. So I don't know if we need to talk to Public Works about
I'll find out. Yeah, LED stop signs.
Esplanade and Topaz, Esplanade and Sapphire.
Oh, Esplanade, well, let's talk about that behind this. You gotta be careful on the Esplanade and Topaz and Esplanade and what? Sapphire?
Sapphire, yeah.
Okay.
I'll find out.
Yeah. We can talk about it offline too.
Yeah, I thought.
It's your district.
the other
Anything else?
avenues.
That's it. Thank you.
Councilmember Kalajerovich.
None, thank you.
Councilmember Obaji.
You're keeping us so busy. I got no referrals. No, thank you.
Councilmember Barron.
None.
Let me get out my list. I've got none. Okay. So can I get a motion to adjourn?
Motion to adjourn.
Second.
All for it?
Aye.
All against? Okay, thanks.